Good evening, scholars. You've returned once again to Carter Hall. If you passed through the cloister tonight, you may have seen the northern lights faintly shimmering over the black waters of the Miskatonic, a fitting omen for our journey. The hearth is low, the hour is late, and our subject is mythic, cold, vast, and ancient. Tonight we turn our minds to the mythologies of the far north. Not merely stories, but echoes of a world view carved from stone and storm. These are tales preserved in frost-bitten poems, in carved stones, and in the silent, wind-torn spaces between fjords and pine. We will speak of Odin, who gave his eye for wisdom and hung himself upon the world tree to grasp the secrets of death. We will follow the thunderer Thor, the bright-haired god who walks with hammer in hand and storm on his brow. We will meet the trickster Loki, shifting, smiling, sharpening the end of all things, and we will walk slowly toward Ragnarok, that dreadful horizon no god can outrun. But beneath these tales, beneath the clang of battle, the roar of monsters, and the omens carved in bone, lies a deeper resonance. Norse mythology is not merely a tapestry of gods and quests. It is a world view shaped by long winters, indifferent seas, and the belief that fate cannot be denied, only faced. The gods themselves are not immortal in the way others imagine. They age, they fall, they bleed. They know what is coming, and still they fight. Why would a people imagine gods that could die? What did they see beyond the veil of fire and frost that led them to envision a cosmos always on the brink of ending? Some of my colleagues in the esoteric philosophy department, just beyond the sealed wing near the bell room, suggest that such mythologies hint not only at memory, but at echo. That in certain cultures, certain dreams, one hears a resonance of something older than humanity, older than myth, something that gnaws at the roots of the world tree still. But let us not stray too far into speculation. Our task tonight is firm beneath our feet. We will move carefully, calmly, through the mythic architecture of the Norse cosmos. We shall explore the 9 realms and the creatures that inhabit them, the divine wars and uneasy truces, the symbols carved in wood and stone, and the long shadow cast by destiny. You needn't memorize all the names or grasp every structure. Just listen as you drift through frost-bitten ages and fire-lit holes. Before we begin the full lecture, please attend to the following. Check in with a like to mark your attendance. Subscribe to attend future lectures from the Department of Lost Civilizations. Leave your notes, your time, your location, or your reflections in the comments archived below. All submissions are reviewed and recorded with great care. Before we begin, please note that many of the names in this lecture come from Old Norse. I'll do my best to pronounce them correctly, though some may vary slightly from traditional pronunciation. Now then, imagine a time, before earth, before sky, before the slow drift of stars, before death and before life. There was no sun, no moon, no soil to stand upon, Only a great emptiness stretched across the deep, unshaped, unmeasured, without form or border. This was Ginnungagap, the yawning void. It was not nothingness in the way we might picture it. It was not dark, nor was it light. It was simply potential, a great pause before the pulse of existence began. To the north of this gap lay Niflheim, a realm of ice, mist, and biting cold. Its rivers, collectively known as the Elivagar, poured slow poison into the void, layer upon layer of rime. And to the south lay Muspelheim, a place of heat and fire, blazing with unquenchable flame. It was ruled by an ancient being named Surtur, whose sword would one day split the world open. From the tension between these two extremes, ice and fire, stillness and fury, the first stirrings of creation emerged. As the icy rivers met the fiery breath of Muspelheim, the frost began to melt, and from this mingling of elements, life was born. The first being was a giant named Ymir. He was not born in the way men are born, nor even in the way gods are told to be. He emerged from the drip and melt of elemental force, strange, immense, and terrible. From him other frost giants came, born from the sweat beneath his arms, or from his feet, or in ways less easily spoken. These Jötnar, the primal beings of frost and stone, spread outward like echoes in a dark cavern, untamed and unmeasured. But Ymir was not alone in his arrival. As the ice continued to thaw, another form took shape, a cow named Audumbla, a creature just as strange and foundational. From her teats flowed rivers of milk, which nourished Ymir in those early days, and she, in turn, fed herself by licking the salty blocks of ice that surrounded her. Over time, as she licked the frost away, a shape began to form beneath her tongue. One day, a man's hair appeared, the next, his head, and by the third, a whole man stood revealed, Búri, the ancestor of the gods. From Búri came a son, Borr, and from Borr came 3 sons with a giantess, Odin, Vili, and Ve. These brothers, though born of giant blood on one side, were something altogether different. They were not shaped by chaos, but by intent, and they looked upon Ymir, the massive, sprawling creature whose children filled the world, and they saw something unstable, something ungovernable, and so they made a choice. They killed him. Ymir's fall was cataclysmic. His blood rushed forth in such volume that it drowned nearly all of the other giants, sweeping them into the deep. Only 2 survived, Bergelmir and his wife, clinging to a hollowed-out tree or chest, depending on the tale, carried along the bloody flood. From them, the race of giants would continue. But the world itself, that would be born from Ymir's remains. The brothers worked with purpose. From Ymir's flesh, they fashioned the earth. His bones became mountains, his teeth the stones, and his blood the rivers, lakes, and seas. His skull was lifted to form the dome of the heavens, and from his brains they shaped the drifting clouds. To hold up the sky, they placed 4 dwarves at each corner, Nordri, Shudri, Ustri, and Vestri, whose names aligned with the 4 cardinal directions. And in the center of this new world they crafted a realm for humans, Midgard. To protect it from the giants, they raised a great wall made from Ymir's eyebrows. The image is strange, perhaps, but in this myth, every part of the cosmos, every stone, every gust, every breath of mist comes from the broken body of the first being. The world is not just made from life, it is made from death. It is built upon sacrifice. And with the act of creation complete, the brothers turned their gaze outward, for in the mist and beyond the seas, other realms awaited, realms of gods, of monsters, of the dead, and of all things yet to come.
After the yawning void gave rise to the first great being, and after the primal cow, Audumbla, licked the ice into shape, something remarkable occurred. In that slow thaw, not licked by flame, but by persistence, emerged a man. Not just any man, but a being of divine stature, who would stand at the very root of all things divine. Búri. Búri is an enigmatic figure. The myths do not describe his nature in detail, nor his deeds with great flourish. He simply is. He stands, full-formed, drawn from the ice by the tongue of Audumbla, as though memory itself were being awakened. There is something haunting in his emergence, for unlike Ymir, who came from the chaotic drip of elemental tension, Búri arrives through gentler, more methodical means. One might wonder what lies encoded in the frost that gives birth not to monsters, but to divine order. From Búri came a son, Borr, and in Borr the old bloodline mingled once more with the chaotic world, for Borr took as his mate a giantess, Bestla, a daughter of the Jötnar. Here again we find the familiar Norse paradox, the divine and the monstrous forever intertwined. There is no clean separation between gods and giants, no clear line between chaos and order. The gods themselves carry the blood of their enemies, and it is perhaps this very mixture that makes them strong and fated. From the union of Borr and Bestla came 3 sons, Odin, Vili, and Ve. The myths speak more of Odin than his brothers, but all 3 play a role in shaping the world to come. Odin, the eldest, would become Allfather, a seeker of wisdom, a bearer of burdens untold. But at this stage in the myth, the 3 brothers act as one. They are forces of intention, standing in contrast to the primal, unconscious growth of the frost giants. Unlike Ymir, who spawned life without thought or will, the sons of Borr acted with purpose. They looked upon the world and saw what was unshaped. They looked upon Ymir, massive, terrifying, brimming with chaotic power, and they chose to bring it to an end. Their decision was not without weight. To slay Ymir was to spill the source of life itself. But they did so, and from the death of the first being, they shaped reality. This marks the true beginning of the divine order, the turning point at which the gods emerge not as reactive creatures, but as shaping forces. And yet their lineage remains haunted. Born from a union of god and giant, their very blood carries tension. They are not wholly divine, not immune to fate.
In this cosmology, even the gods bear the burden of ancestry. They remember, they suffer, they act not from perfection, but from necessity. There is something deeply human in this portrayal. And perhaps that is why the Norse gods resonate so deeply, why Odin's sacrifices matter, why Thor's tempers amuse, why Loki's betrayals wound. These are not ethereal, distant deities. They are flawed, bound, and beautifully mortal in their struggles. In the sons of Borr, we see not the beginning of paradise, but the beginning of struggle with purpose. From here the world will take shape, but already the bloodlines are braided with contradiction. Already the seeds of ending lie within the beginning. Creation in Norse thought is never gentle. It is not sung into being, nor breathed with tenderness. It is torn, broken, and bled into form. And so it is that the world we inhabit, according to these ancient tales, begins not with harmony, but with murder. Ymir was the first, a being of vast size and vague shape, more elemental than anthropomorphic. He was not evil, not in the moral sense, but he was ungoverned, his children multiplying endlessly from his sweat and shadow. He sprawled across Ginnungagap like an unwanted inheritance, a hulking remnant of primordial chaos. Odin, Vili, and Ve looked upon him and knew the world could not form while he remained. He was not their enemy, he was their predecessor, but he could not be allowed to continue. So the three brothers, born of divine and monstrous blood alike, took up arms and confronted the ancient giant. The myths do not tell us how the battle began, only that it ended with Ymir's fall. They slew him, and in doing so set loose a tide of blood unlike anything imagined. Ymir's veins burst open, and from them came a flood, not metaphorical, but real and apocalyptic. So immense was the volume of his lifeblood that nearly all the frost giants who had descended from him were drowned. Their great halls and icy strongholds were swept away, their limbs broken against floating stone, their names unspoken ever after. Only one giant couple survived, Bergelmir and his unnamed wife. They found refuge inside a hollowed tree trunk or a boat-like chest, depending on the telling. Carried above the waves on the last shreds of dry ground, they would become the new ancestors of the surviving Jötnar. This moment, Ymir's death and the deluge that followed, marks a strange inversion of other mythologies. In many traditions, a flood is sent to punish humanity for sin. But here, the flood is not divine judgment. It is the byproduct of divine ambition. The gods do not yet rule. They are still carving their place. And in the act of shaping the world, they destroy what came before. What follows Ymir's death is not mourning. It is work. The three brothers set about shaping the world from his body. His flesh became the land, his bones the mountains, his teeth the rocks and boulders. His hair turned to trees, and his skull became the sky, lifted high and held aloft by 4 dwarves, Nordri, Sudri, Austri, and Vestri. These were not merely directions, but spirits of orientation, points of the compass to anchor the vastness of the cosmos. The blood that had washed away the giants became the seas. Lakes, rivers, and the roaring ocean were all manifestations of that first violent undoing. The very clouds, drifting and soft, were made from Ymir's brains, an unsettling detail perhaps, yet one that speaks to the Norse view of transformation. Nothing is wasted. Even thought becomes weather. And so they labored, not out of malice or hubris, but necessity. Their act was not cruelty, but structure. And in this structure, the Norse cosmos took shape, not perfect, not eternal, but ordered enough to hold stories. From this act, the age of myth truly begins. The world exists, the gods exist, and what was once chaotic mass now has memory, division, and place. But beneath it all, the bones of a giant lie hidden. And perhaps that is the most enduring theme of this creation, that order is always built on the grave of something older, that peace requires conflict, that every firm surface we walk upon is, in some unseen way, a burial mound. Ymir is not forgotten.
Once the blood ceased its rushing, and the body of Ymir lay still, the work of creation could begin in earnest. The world that we now know, its landforms, skies, boundaries, and winds, did not come into being spontaneously. It was crafted, portion by portion, from the body of the slain giant. In Norse cosmology, this shaping of reality is not a divine miracle, but a grim, methodical labor. A sacred but brutal form of construction. The brothers, Odin, Vili, and Ve, stood above the lifeless form and began their work. From Ymir's flesh they carved the earth itself. Vast plains and thick forests took shape where once there had been sinew and hide. His bones became the mountains, jagged and immovable. His teeth and shattered jaw were scattered into pebbles and stones, seeding the land with fragments of the giant's remains. There is a certain reverence in this brutality, not of reverence for the slain, but for the act of giving purpose to chaos. Next came the sky. Lifting Ynir's vast skull, they brothers raised it high and set it above the world as a dome, curved and pale, enclosing the world in a celestial vault. To hold it in place, they summoned 4 beings, dwarves of ancient origin and ambiguous nature, named Norðri, Sudri, Austri, and Vestri. Positioned at the 4 corners of the world, they serve as cosmic supports, anchoring the sky in the cardinal directions. These names, still whispered in northern winds, would give rise to the very Then they turned to Ymir's brains, unsettling in their softness, chaotic in their symbolism, and from them they crafted the clouds. This choice is peculiar and poetic. The mind of a chaotic being now lingers in the sky as drifting mist, always present, but without form or direction. The world was encircled with his blood, which had not yet ceased its slow spread. From it the seas were born, salty, wide, and endless. His eyebrows, thick and coarse, were used to form the protective barrier around Midgard, the realm of men.
a curious detail, and one that carries symbolic weight. These were not eyelashes of gentleness, but coarse hedges of separation, dividing the world of men from the wilderness of the giants. Within Midgard, the shaping continued. The gods took pleasure, or perhaps simply found necessity, in setting order to what had been disorder. Stones were placed, trees were rooted, the tides were arranged to follow a rhythm. The world did not spring forth from the void fully formed. It was assembled in stages through transformation. But this corpse world bore other consequences. Its very foundation carried the memory of its origin. The blood of a slain being flooded its low places. The peaks were made from bone, the valleys from hollowed flesh. To walk upon the land was to tread across death, though few would ever know it. And still the corpse shifted. The world was not yet stable. Giants had survived in the margins, in the darkness beyond Midgard, and from them new challenges would come. The gods may have forged the world from a body, but they did not end the cycle that birthed it. Even in shaping the world, the brother set loose new tensions. Every act of order in Norse myth is haunted by the threat of return. What has been built from death may one day fall back into it. The corpse world is not a paradise. It is not a garden of delight. It is a shielded island in a sea of threat. It is beautiful, but it remembers. It grows, but it bleeds. It thrives, but it is fated. And from this stage, the drama of gods and men shall now unfold.
With Ymir's body broken, the sons of Borr began their work. The act of slaying the first being had not simply been an ending, it had been a beginning. What lay before them now was not chaos, but raw material. Ymir's flesh, bones and blood had fallen into the Ginnungagap, settling like sediment after a great flood. From these remnants, Odin and his brothers turned to the task of shaping a world. The first step was Midgard. They laid the giant's flesh as the land, vast, uneven, and full of scars. His bones they drove deep into the earth to form mountains and ridges, and from his teeth and broken jaw they scattered boulders and stones. The blood, still seeping and heavy, became the sea. Oceans formed in deep hollows where the corpse had fallen, their waves fed by what was once his lifeblood. At the center of this new landscape, they built a realm intended for human life, a middle space, not divine like Asgard, not wild like Jotunheim. They called it Midgard, the middle enclosure. To protect it, they formed a circular wall, not from wood or stone, but from Ymir's eyebrows, an odd detail, often commented on, yet never quite explained. In mythic terms, it was a perimeter of vision, a boundary not only of space, but of identity, keeping what lay beyond from creeping inward. Above this land, the sky was yet unformed, so they turned to Ymir's skull. Lifting it high, they shaped it into a dome, a firmament to hang over all the world. But even a skull of such size would not hold itself. To support it, they summoned 4 dwarves,
Nordri, Sudri, Austri, and Vestri, placing each at a corner of the heavens. These figures, whose names align with the 4 cardinal directions, were given the solemn task of holding the dome in place. From that point on, the structure of the world would have orientation: north, south, east, and west. A world that had once been formless was now anchored. To this sky the gods added light. Reaching into the embers of Muspelheim, they drew out glowing sparks and cast them upward. Some remained fixed, becoming stars. Others were bound to paths across the dome: the sun, driven by the goddess Sol, and the moon by her brother Mani. Each was hunted through the sky by wolves, and their chase gave rise to the cycle of day and night. With this, time itself had form. Seasons followed: summer and winter, frost and thaw, the endless rhythm of the year. The gods gave names to these cycles and carved their signs into wood and stone. A world that had once known only stasis now moved with purpose. It grew, aged, and renewed itself again and again. And yet, for all their shaping, the gods did not erase what came before. Ymir's body remained the foundation of everything. His bones held up the hills. His skull became the ceiling. His blood filled the deep places of the earth. Even now, in the Norse worldview, every feature of the landscape is made from something once alive. Mountains and clouds are not simply natural. They are parts of a broken being, repurposed for order. Midgard, then, was not born of purity. It was carved from death, but it was made with intent. A place for humans, surrounded by danger, but shaped to endure. And over it all, the sky, curved, watchful, and held in place by dwarves whose names point the way forward. As the gods shaped the sky and set Midgard upon its foundation, their attention turned to the unseen structures, the forces that would hold the world in balance and give it meaning. The landscape had been laid, the heavens hung, but there remained something missing: the order behind it all, the rhythms, the naming, the watchers. The world, as it stood, was vast and empty. Its form had been carved from Ymir's body, but without intelligence it would remain cold and still. To populate this early cosmos with thought and agency, the gods turned their gaze downward, to the caverns and hollows that had formed in the wake of their creation. There, in the dark spaces beneath the earth, something new was stirring. From the flesh of Ymir, and perhaps from his decay, there emerged a peculiar race, the dwarves. They were not like gods, nor were they Jötnar. They were different, smaller, clever, and deeply tied to the matter of the world itself. Some say they came into being like maggots in a corpse, feeding on the body of the slain giant. Others say they were shaped deliberately, or awakened from the bones of the earth by divine will. Whatever their origin, they were soon recognized by the gods as beings of remarkable skill. They understood stone. They understood metal. They could craft with a precision and artistry that even the gods admired. But before their forges rang out across the mountains, before their names were whispered in tales of magical tools and runes, the dwarves played a different role, a foundational one. When Odin and his brothers lifted Ymir's skull to form the sky, they placed 4 dwarves at its corners. These were Nordri, Sudri, Austri, and Vestri, north, south, east, and west. They were not merely laborers, but spirits of direction, cardinal anchors. With them in place, the world had orientation. The winds that blew across the land now had names. The sun's path could be charted. Travelers could point to a fixed star and find their way. Time itself became navigable as the year turned in predictable cycles. Each of these dwarves, silent and enduring, became a symbol of structure, not just in space, but in the mind of those who walked the earth. And so, from the labor of the dwarves, the world was no longer just a place. It was a map, a system, a stage upon which stories could unfold. These 4 dwarves, in later traditions, faded into the background, overlooked in favor of their more famous kin, who crafted legendary treasures and meddled in the affairs of gods. But in this moment, at the dawn of things, they were essential. They did not build weapons, they held up the sky. It is telling that the Norse cosmos begins not with warriors or kings, but with builders, with beings who do not seek glory, but stability. In naming the 4 corners of the world, the gods began the long process of giving meaning to space. They had made a world from a corpse, now they gave it pattern. And from that pattern all other realms would be placed, each with its own name, direction, and role in the architecture of what would soon be called Yggdrasil. Having shaped the world and anchored its corners with cardinal spirits, the gods turned their attention upward, and downward, and outward. What they saw was not one world, but many. In the Norse imagination, the cosmos was never singular. It was a vast, branching structure, organic and interwoven. And at the heart of this living architecture stood Yggdrasil, the world tree. Neither metaphor nor simple image, Yggdrasil was the axis upon which all realms turned, a cosmic ash tree whose roots and branches bound the universe together. It is not easy to map these realms as we might chart countries or kingdoms. They were not laid out on a plane, nor ranked in a clean vertical hierarchy. Instead, they lived in proximity and tension with one another, connected through roots, rivers, and veils of mist. There were 9 in total. Let us begin with Asgard, the highest and radiant of the realms. This was the home of the Aesir, the principal gods, including Odin, Frigg, Thor, and Balder. It was a place of power and grandeur, often reached by way of Bifrost, the rainbow bridge which connected it to the world of humans below. Its halls were vast and shining, its trees evergreen, its laws old. But even Asgard was not eternal. It stood always in the shadow of what must come. Directly below it, in a sense more poetic than spatial, was Midgard, the realm of human beings. It was encircled by the great sea, protected by the gods, and ringed by the giant-built wall of Ymir's brow. From Midgard, all other realms were distant. Some reached through vision, others through dream, or death, or descent. Beyond Midgard lay Vanaheim, home of the Vanir gods. The Vanir were older, perhaps, or simply other, associated with fertility, foresight, and the quiet rhythms of the natural world. They once warred with the Aesir, but peace had long since been made. Some gods, like Njord and his children Freyr and Freya, came to dwell in Asgard, bridging the two tribes. To the east of Midgard, though direction is always loose in these matters, lay Jotunheim, the land of the giants. Not all were hostile, some were wise, others noble, but many remained wild and old, creatures of storm and stone. This realm was not just a place of danger, it was a reminder of what had come before. Ymir's kin still lived there, watching the borders of order with patient contempt. Far to the north, cold, distant, and heavy with mist, was Niflheim. This realm existed even before the gods had shape. It was a world of ice, from which flowed the Elivagar rivers and held the spring Höðrgelmir at its core. Some said that the dead who did not die in battle drifted here to a realm beneath Niflheim itself called Hel, ruled by the goddess of the same name. In stark contrast, to the south lay Muspelheim, a realm of fire and primordial heat, ruled by Surtur, the fire giant. It was from here that the sparks came, thrown into the sky to become stars. It is also from here that the doom of the gods will one day arise, bearing sword and flame. High in the branches of Yggdrasil was Alfheim, the realm of the light elves. Little is known of them, save that they were radiant, beautiful, and perhaps closer to the gods than men. The light elves were said to dance in the beams of the morning sun, vanishing before they could be seen clearly. Beneath the roots of the tree lay Svartálfheim, also known in some sources as Nidavellir, the land of dwarves. Here, deep underground, the forges never cooled. The dwarves shaped treasures for gods and monsters alike, Gungnir, Mjolnir, and Draupnir, all born of fire and craft. Finally, hidden and uncertain, there was Helheim, or simply Hel, a realm for the dead, not damned, but forgotten. Ruled by Hel, daughter of Loki, it was a place of stillness and shadow, not torment. The dead here did not burn. They simply waited. Together, these 9 realms formed a great lattice of meaning, story, and space. They hung on Yggdrasil like fruit on a branch, some ripe, others bitter, all inevitable. Each was distinct, each was necessary, and in time gods and mortals would travel between them, on errands, in exile, in war, and in wonder. If the gods dwell in Asgard, and the humans walk Midgard, then who fills the space between? The Norse cosmos teems with beings that do not sit neatly in the dichotomy of divine and mortal. Some are as old as the gods themselves, perhaps older. Some are elusive, half-glimpsed in flickering starlight, or caught at the edges of dreams. Others are tangible and terrible, forces of nature given shape and mind. Let us begin with the Jötnar, often called giants. They are not always giants in stature, though many are vast and monstrous, but giant in the sense of ancientness and force. Born of Ymir, they are kin to the world's first form, and as such embody all that is wild, untamed, and contradictory. Some are grotesque and brutish, others are beautiful and wise. They dwell chiefly in Jotunheim, yet they appear throughout the myths, sometimes as adversaries, other times as lovers, in-laws, or uneasy allies. Loki himself, that ever-shifting figure, is Jotun by blood, though counted among the gods. To the Norse mind, the Jötnar were not villains, but inevitabilities, opposing forces necessary to the balance of the world. They exist beyond morality. They disrupt, they challenge, they remember what came before, and they will witness what comes after. Next, we turn to the elves, divided in later traditions into light elves and dark elves. The light elves, or ljósalvar, reside in Alfheim, a realm said to be as fair as the sun. They are radiant, often described as more beautiful than any man. They may be seen as minor deities of fertility, light, or inspiration. Few stories survive that name them directly, but their presence lingers like pollen in the early morning air, quiet, subtle, and potentially dangerous. In contrast, the dark elves, or Dokkalvar, are far more mysterious. Some sources treat them as separate from the svartálfar, the black elves, while others conflate the two entirely. These beings dwell underground in places like Svartalfheim or Niðavellir, and are often aligned with the dwarves in craft, cunning, and secrecy. They are shadow dwellers, shapers of powerful things, and keepers of hidden knowledge. The dwarves, or dvergar, though already introduced as the supporters of the sky and the forgers of wonders, also fall into this class of in-between beings, neither divine nor mundane. They live outside the central drama of the gods, but play pivotal roles nonetheless. Other creatures populate the tree as well, creatures strange and symbolic. A squirrel named Ratatoskur scampers up and down Yggdrasil's trunk, bearing messages and insults between an unnamed eagle that perches at the tree's crown and Nidhogger, a dragon that gnaws its roots in the cold underworld. Stags graze at the tree's bark, serpents writhe beneath its base. These are not just animals, they are forces, ideas, warnings. And beyond these, still more beings linger in the lore, some named, many not. There are trolls, lurking in stone and mist, and spirits of the land hidden in hills and rivers. There are sea dwellers and shape-changers, spirits of disease, guardians of treasure, and watchers at the gates of sleep. The Norse cosmos is not empty. It is not a neat arena of gods and men. It is a vast breathing wilderness filled with old things, some indifferent, some hostile, some half-remembered from dreams that may never have been human at all. And it is within this wilderness that the gods move, not above it, not apart from it, but always in tension with it.
In the high seat of Hlidskjalf, from which all the worlds may be seen, sits a figure both revered and feared. One eye stares outward, bright as stormlight, sharp as memory. The other is gone, sacrificed for wisdom. His name is Odin, all-father of the Aesir, and his story is not of simple rule, but of relentless seeking, quiet dread, and the long shadow of fate. He is not the kindly father of later mythologies. He is a god of war, yes, but also of poetry, madness, and death. A weaver of riddles, a drinker of knowledge, a soul ever restless beneath the vault of the sky. He wears many names, more than 100 in the old poems. Each one marks a moment, a disguise, a mask worn in the pursuit of something deeper. He is king, but often he walks as a beggar. In tattered cloak and wide-brimmed hat, Odin roams the world as a wanderer, grey-bearded and lean, with secrets folded in his pockets. He travels not to conquer, but to listen, to question, to test the hearts of men and gods alike. He gave his eye to Mímir's well for a single drink of truth. He hung himself on Yggdrasil for 9 nights, pierced by his own spear, to wrest the runes from the depths. He bargains with the dead, whispers to the seers, and knows how the world will end. And still he moves forward. He does not seek comfort, he seeks knowledge. But knowledge in the Norse world is not peaceful. It burns, it scars, and Odin bears those scars with grim pride. He keeps the company of ravens, Hugin and Munin, thought and memory. Each morning they fly across the 9 realms, gathering whispers and secrets, returning to perch on his shoulders. He trusts them more than most gods. He fears for them too. In some stories he worries they may not return. At his side rides Sleipnir, the 8-legged steed, born of Loki's strange tryst, and swift enough to travel between worlds. In his hand is Gungnir, the spear that never misses. His hall is Valaskjalf, and his throne sees all things. But his heart, it belongs to the dead. Odin is a psychopomp, a guide of souls. He chooses the slain in battle, sending half to his golden hall of Valhalla, where they train for Ragnarok. The other half he gives to Freya. It is not mercy that drives him, but strategy. He is building an army for a war he knows he cannot win. For all his might, Odin does not delude himself with dreams of victory. He knows the fate the Norns have written. He knows the names of those who will fall, and who will slay them. And still he schemes. It is said that he favors the brave, the berserkers and shield maidens who charge into battle with death already in their eyes. But he also favors the wise, the poetic, the cursed. He teaches the skalds their meter. He grants visions to the mad. He is the god of inspiration and ecstasy, of the thin line between creation and destruction. Those who follow him may gain wisdom, but often at great cost. He does not give freely. He demands sacrifice. And always he wanders. Through mountain paths, into dark forests, across the minds of kings and cowherds. He is the question at the edge of your thoughts, the whisper behind the wind, the flicker of meaning in an otherwise senseless dream. Odin is not just a god. He is the hunger for knowing, the grief that comes with understanding, and the poetry that binds both together. He is the All-Father, yes, but in truth he is the shadow beneath the stars, carrying the knowledge that everything ends. And still he walks. In the high halls of Asgard, beyond the echo of war horns and the clangor of feasts, there is a quieter room. It smells of herbs and polished wood. Its windows face the horizon, and seated within, cloaked in woven silence, is Frigg. She is queen, yes, but not in the way mortal queens are imagined. Frigg is more than consort to Odin. She is the keeper of secrets he does not share. She knows the fate of all things and speaks of none of it. The Allfather may give his eye for wisdom, but Frigg simply sees. She is goddess of foresight, of motherhood, of the unseen bonds that thread through all life. Her presence is not fire, but fog, not speech, but knowing. Her hall is Fensalir, the marsh hall. It is a place of veiled waters and hidden reflections, where what seems distant can come near, and what lies near may already be gone. Frigg weaves, she listens, and in her stillness entire futures unfold. She is not alone in this gift. There are other goddesses, each bearing names that ripple through the skaldic verses. Eir, goddess of healing. Saga, who drinks with Odin in Sokvekkr. Gefjon, who plows the earth itself. Fulla, Frigg's handmaiden and confidant, and many more whose mysteries remain shrouded in partial verse and folk echo. These are not warriors, though they are strong. They do not boast, though they know much. They are the ones who watch the patterns form, quietly, unblinking. And when disaster strikes, when doom circles like a hawk, it is often they who saw it coming. Yet foresight is not control. To see what must come does not mean it can be stopped. Frigg knew of Baldur's death long before it came. She dreamed it in a vision of shadow and cold. And so she went to all things, beasts, stones, weapons, disease, and extracted a vow that none would harm her beloved son. All but one. The mistletoe was too young, too small, too harmless, she thought, and was spared the asking. And so Loki fashioned a dart from it and placed it in the hand of Baldur's blind brother. The death came not with fury, but with silence, a soft snap of green wood. And Frigg, who knew and tried and failed, became the first to grieve what fate had written. Still, she remains. Frigg does not flee the future. She walks beside it. She watches over the living, the unborn, and the soon-to-die with the same calm hand. She gathers what can be preserved, shelters what cannot be saved, and never turns away. Among the Aesir, she is the closest thing to mercy. She tends the hearth. She remembers the names of forgotten children. She stands behind the throne and says little, but those who serve her speak of dreams that come true, of aches that ease, of truths that arrive quietly in sleep. Where Odin is obsession, Frigg is endurance. Where Thor is strength, she is shelter.
and where prophecy might paralyze others, she bears it all, silently. Even in Ragnarok, when the halls burn and her kin fall like leaves, she does not cry out. She already knew. Not all gods dwell in gold-lined halls or sit in judgment over mankind. Some stand at the edge, between worlds, between wars, between sound and silence. They are the watchers, the heralds, the oaths made flesh. Among them 4 names echo softly through the halls of Miskatonic's frost archive tonight: Heimdall, Tyr, Bragi, and those others who keep the shimmering threshold. Heimdall is first among these guardians. He stands alone at the end of the rainbow bridge, Bifrost, where Asgard meets the world of men. The bridge itself is no mere band of light, but a burning arc of force and color, blazing across the void. He does not merely guard it, he listens. He hears grass grow. He hears wool sprout on the backs of sheep. He sleeps less than a blink, if at all. His eyes pierce the veil of night, and his horn, Gialhorn, waits unblown, hung at his side, destined to be lifted only once at the end of all things. He is the sentinel, the doorkeeper of the gods, alone, but never unaware. And then there is Tyr, older perhaps than Odin himself in some tellings. A god of war, yes, but not of chaos. He represents justice, law carried out with sword in hand. Tyr is courage in its purest form. He placed his hand in the mouth of Fenrir, the monstrous wolf, son of Loki, while the gods tricked the beast into binding. And when the wolf realized the truth, Tyr did not flinch. He lost his hand, but gained a place in myth that no victory could surpass. For Tyr does not command armies, he commands honor. He is the god who does what must be done, regardless of the cost. Then comes Bragi, whose realm is not the battlefield, but the breath between. He is the god of poetry, song, and memory. His tongue is silvered with verse, and his beard is laced with runes. Bragi sits in the feasting halls, cup in hand, and gives voice to the deeds of gods and men. He is less a warrior than a chronicler, yet without him no glory would be remembered. His words shape the story, and in Norse myth what is remembered becomes real. It is through Bragi that the past remains present. It is through Bragi that the halls are sailed through. And among them, at the margins of the tales, we find others who do not always stand in the foreground, but who keep the structure whole. The Bifrost keepers, the quiet gods who know their tasks and whose vigilance gives meaning to the exploits of the greater. They may not hold spears, they may not ride chariots, but they watch, they guard, they remember. Because what is a realm without its gates? What is a hall without a bard? What is a war without a god who knows the cost? These are the gods who hold the threads,
not to pull them taut, but to ensure they do not fray. They are the stillness at the heart of the storm, the breath before the call to arms. They are the reason the world still holds. Not all gods dwell in gold-lined halls or sit in judgment over mankind. Some stand at the edge, between worlds, between wars, between sound and silence. They are the watchers, the heralds, the oaths made flesh. Among them 4 names echo softly through the halls of Miskatonic's frost archive tonight: Heimdall, Tyr, Bragi, and those others who keep the shimmering threshold. Heimdall is first among these guardians. He stands alone at the end of the rainbow bridge, Bifrost, where Asgard meets the world of men. The bridge itself is no mere band of light, but a burning arc of force and color, blazing across the void. He does not merely guard it, he listens. He hears grass grow. He hears wool sprout on the backs of sheep. He sleeps less than a blink, if at all. His eyes pierce the veil of night, and his horn, Gialhorn, waits unblown, hung at his side, destined to be lifted only once at the end of all things. He is the sentinel, the doorkeeper of the gods, alone, but never unaware. And then there is Tyr, older perhaps than Odin himself in some tellings. A god of war, yes, but not of chaos. He represents justice, law carried out with sword in hand. Tyr is courage in its purest form. He placed his hand in the mouth of Fenrir, the monstrous wolf, son of Loki, while the gods tricked the beast into binding. And when the wolf realized the truth, Tyr did not flinch. He lost his hand, but gained a place in myth that no victory could surpass. For Tyr does not command armies, he commands honor. He is the god who does what must be done, regardless of the cost. Then comes Bragi, whose realm is not the battlefield, but the breath between. He is the god of poetry, song, and memory. His tongue is silvered with verse, and his beard is laced with runes. Bragi sits in the feasting halls, cup in hand, and gives voice to the deeds of gods and men. He is less a warrior than a chronicler, yet without him no glory would be remembered. His words shape the story, and in Norse myth what is remembered becomes real. It is through Bragi that the past remains present. It is through Bragi that the halls are sailed through. And among them, at the margins of the tales, we find others who do not always stand in the foreground, but who keep the structure whole. The Bifrost keepers, the quiet gods who know their tasks and whose vigilance gives meaning to the exploits of the greater. They may not hold spears, they may not ride chariots, but they watch, they guard, they remember. Because what is a realm without its gates? What is a hall without a bard? What is a war without a god who knows the cost? These are the gods who hold the threads, not to pull them taut, but to ensure they do not fray. They are the stillness at the heart of the storm, the breath before the call to arms. They are the reason the world still holds.
Picture a tree. Not one in any forest you've walked, but the world tree, Yggdrasil, the ash whose branches brush the sky and whose roots drink from the hidden wells of knowledge, death and fate. It groans under the weight of the cosmos. Birds nest in its limbs, dragons gnaw its roots, and somewhere, swaying gently in the windless void, hangs a man. He has one eye, his hands are bound, his side is pierced, and for 9 long nights he neither eats nor drinks. This is not a punishment. This is a choice. The man is Odin, chief of the Aesir, not in this moment seated in a golden hall, not armored for war or cloaked in glory, but suspended in stillness, a figure of silence and seeking. He had ruled Asgard. He had shaped the world from a corpse. He had spoken laws, fathered gods, and stared down giants. But he knew there were forces deeper still. Runes. The runes were not mere alphabets. They were primal truths, etched into the rootwork of the cosmos itself. To speak them was to grasp fate. To know them was to command the unseen. And so Odin sought them, not by conquest, not by gift, but by ordeal. He found the highest limb of the world tree and fashioned a noose from its own branches. He took up Gungnir, his spear, flawless and unerring, and drove it through his own side. Then he hanged, not for hours, not for days, but for 9 nights. In that time he drifted between worlds, neither dead nor living, god nor ghost, alone. No companions, no sacrifices made in his name, no prayers to strengthen him, only the cold breath of the tree and the quiet. He stared downward into the void until the runes revealed themselves, not in light, not in language, but in a flash of comprehension, a moment of seeing through the skin of things. He fell then, not from the tree, but into understanding. When he rose, he was changed. He had paid a price, willingly. And what he gained was not joy, nor triumph, but clarity. He knew charms to halt arrows in flight. He knew words to open the mouths of the dead. He knew how to unmake bindings and how to place them. And he knew, perhaps above all else, that even this knowledge could not save him from what was coming. The sacrifice had not made him immortal. It had not lifted the shadow from the world, but it had given him a weapon, not of steel, but of will. In the quiet that followed, Odin no longer walked as a warlord. He walked as a seeker, a schemer, a stranger with riddles in his mouth and memory in his one remaining eye. And though the other gods honored him, they did not always understand him. He alone had looked beneath the surface of the world and saw what waits beneath. What kind of God chooses the gallows? The kind that knows the war is already lost, but chooses to fight it anyway.
What then did he see? When Odin fell inward, when his body hung motionless from the high boughs of Yggdrasil, and the 9 nights blurred together like drifting snow, what visions came to him? They were not dreams. They were not voices from the gods, nor whispers from the dead. They were the runes. But to understand what Odin glimpsed, you must first understand what the runes are not. They are not mere letters, not an alphabet etched for reciting tales or carving names into stone. They are not phonetic signs. They are meanings, forces, fragments of truth wrapped in sound and shape. Each one is an idea, a symbol, and a spell collapsed into a single form. Not invented, but discovered. As if they had always been there, waiting beneath the bark of the world. In the root of the tree, beneath the skin of reality, they pulsed with a strange stillness, and in his suspended state, half god, half corpse, he could see them. Fu, Fehu, not simply cattle, but wealth, motion, fire, and beginning. Urus, strength, the primal power of survival and raw endurance. Thurisas, the thorn and the giant, defense and danger, chaos controlled. Each one opened like an eye. Odin did not merely read them, he felt them, coursing through the branches, through the wind, through his wound. They etched themselves into his spirit, as if he had always known them and only forgotten. He learned there that every action in the world casts a shadow in the runes. He learned that to know their shape was to name the threads of fate, and to speak them, to sing them, was to shape those threads in return. Later, in sagas and skaldic poems, it is said that Odin emerged from that hanging with new power, that he taught the runes to gods and men, that he whispered them to the dead and carved them into stone. But those are stories from after. In that moment, still swaying from the tree, he knew only this: the world is language. The wind speaks, the stones hum, the blood of giants sings in rivers. And if one learns to listen, to truly listen, the world will reveal its roots. From the runes, Odin learned charms that could heal and harm. He could still a sword mid-flight, or make it strike truer. He could soften a heart, or seal a mind shut. He could call to the dead, or banish spirits from a hall. He could forget, or cause forgetting. But none of it was free. Each rune bore a price, not of coin, nor worship, but cost, exertion, focus, offering. To utter a rune wrongly was to invite misfortune. To know it truly was to carry its burden. It is said that the runes whisper still, that those who carve them in wood or bone, who ink them onto skin or speak them into wind, sometimes feel something stir, a memory not their own, a pressure in the bones. Not all knowledge is clean.
And Odin, All-Father, gallows god, one-eyed wanderer, was the first to find this out. He had sacrificed not only his eye, not only his body, but a part of his being. In exchange, the runes marked him. He would go on to share them sparingly, to teach them in riddles, to let mortals guess and sometimes suffer their meanings. For the runes do not belong to anyone. They are the grammar of reality, and they do not forgive.
Long before the gods raised the great halls of Asgard, before the world tree was known by name, there stood a well. Still, silent, dark as obsidian. It did not shimmer like other waters. It did not babble or break upon the shore. It simply waited, hidden beneath one of Yggdrasil's roots, fed by forgotten veins of the cosmos. This was Mímir's brunn, the well of Mímir. It is said that beneath Yggdrasil lie 3 roots, each reaching into a different realm. One to Niflheim, land of ice and the dead. One to Jotunheim, land of giants, and one to Asgard, where the gods reside. And it is here, at the root that touches the land of the gods, that the well of Mímir rests. Mímir himself was not a god exactly, nor was he a man. He was something older, a being of knowledge, memory, and mind. His name means the rememberer. He did not hoard wisdom like a dragon atop a pile of gold. He was wisdom. The well was his charge, and from its depths came insight, foresight, understanding beyond the reach of even the gods. Odin came to him, not as a conqueror, but as a pilgrim. The same Odin who had hung from the world tree, who had seized the runes through agony and stillness, now stood once more before the unknown. And he asked for a drink, one drink, a single sip from the waters that knew all things. Mímir did not refuse him, but neither did he offer it freely. He said, "Wisdom has a price, and you have only 1 coin left to give." Odin understood. He plucked out his eye. No hesitation, no ritual, just the hard, swift act of sacrifice. He placed it in the well, an offering, a trade, and from that day forward it remained beneath the surface, gazing upward from the deep, forever watching. In return, Odin drank, and the knowledge that poured into him was not comforting. He saw far and wide the fate of the gods, the birth of monsters, the slow crumbling of the world. He saw his own death, his fall to Fenrir, the great wolf. He saw the betrayal of blood, the breaking of bonds, the long dusk that would one day stretch across the sky. He knew the shape of Ragnarok, and he knew it could not be stopped. But still, he drank. The vision did not blind him, it sharpened him, not with certainty, but with clarity. He knew the battlefield before the battle. He knew the players, the traps, the tides. And yet knowing changed nothing. It only meant he would walk into the storm with his eyes open. Later, when mortals carved Odin's image in stone or sang his name in verse, they often showed him with a missing eye and a cloak of blue or grey. They called him wise, a wanderer, a war god, a poet. But few understood the weight he carried. Wisdom is not just the knowing of things, it is the bearing them. He had looked into the depths, and the depths had looked back. Some say Mímir's well still waits beneath the tree, hidden from mortals, whispering secrets to those who know how to listen. And somewhere beneath its glass-black surface, the eye of a god still stares, not outward, but upward, searching for what even Odin did not yet know. The world had shape now. Mountains lifted from Ymir's bones, seas whispered with his blood, clouds drifted across the dome of his skull. Midgard stood encircled by a wall of giants' brows, with man and woman placed at its center. But structure is not the same as order. A world may exist in space without yet existing in time. And so the gods turned their eyes upward, toward the empty arc of the sky, and set about their next task, to measure the movement of existence, to draw a rhythm from the silence, to set the pulse of the cosmos. Time had to be born. The story goes that the gods caught sparks flying from Muspelheim, the realm of fire. They caught them mid-air, living cinders hurled from the primordial blaze, and flung them into the sky. There the stars hung, caught in Ymir's skull dome, burning steadily. These were the stars. Some flickered, some roamed, some marked constellations the old skalds would one day trace with trembling fingers. But the stars alone were not enough. The gods needed more. They needed measurement. So they crafted the sun and the moon, not as symbols, but as beings. Sol, the sun maiden, and Mani, her brother the moon, were set upon chariots and driven across the sky. Each day Sol rides her flaming chariot from east to west, lighting the world. Each night Mani follows, his silver wheels marking the darker hours. And because no story in Norse myth can be left untouched by danger, the siblings are pursued. Skoll, the wolf, chases the sun. Hati, another wolf, chases the moon. They snap at their heels. They grow closer day by day, and at Ragnarok they will finally catch them, devourers of light, at the end of time. But until that moment, they drive the heavens forward. It was from this circling, this cosmic flight, that the gods carved out the units of time, day and night, month and season, year and age. From time the cycles of life were drawn, growth and decay, planting and harvest, birth and burial. Time was not an abstract principle. It was the breath between moments, the tick of the loom as fate wove its pattern.
And fate. Fate was another matter entirely. Even Odin, runes at his command, eyes sacrificed, wisdom deepened, even he bowed to fate. For there were three who sat beside the roots of Yggdrasil, beside the well of Urd, where the tree drinks deeply. The Norns. Urd, the past. Verdandi, the becoming. Skuld, the what must be. They do not speak often in the myths, but their presence looms behind every act. They carve runes into the trunk of Yggdrasil. They tend to its wounds, and they spin the threads of every life, gods, giants, men, each strand measured, each strand cut. Fate in Norse myth is not a path that can be walked backward or diverted by will. It is a fabric, dense, interwoven, final. Even the gods do not sit above it. They see it, but they cannot stop it. And perhaps that is the most haunting part of all, that even at the height of their power, stars ordered, time born, the world stacked in harmony, the gods are already walking a path they did not choose, a path to an end they cannot escape. The ordering of time is not a triumph, but a sentence. It marks not only beginnings, but endings. It counts down. And beneath the branches of the world tree, as night follows day and day follows night, the great clock continues ticking, measured by stars, pooled by wolves, etched in runes. Unstoppable.
Long before Asgard's golden halls gleamed in the twilight of myth, before Odin's ravens flew across the 9 realms, and long before fate's great storm gathered, a fracture tore through the divine. It did not begin, as some might expect, with treachery or bloodshed, but with something far more ancient, misunderstanding. From the mist-veiled plains of the east came the Vanir. They were gods, yes, but not like the Aesir. The Aesir carved order from chaos and raised fortresses in the sky. The Vanir, by contrast, bloomed. Their power pulsed through field and forest, through the whisper of rivers and the sigh of growing things. They were keepers of fertility, of wealth, of prophecy. Where the Aesir prized structure and might, the Vanir were attuned to rhythm, to root, to time's quiet unfolding. Their magic was different, older in some ways, stranger. And with them came Gullveig. She appeared in Asgard not as conqueror, but as a guest, a seeress robed in gold, ageless and unknowable. Some say she brought secrets buried deep in the land. Others say she simply reminded the Aesir of truths they had chosen to forget. She spoke of Seder, a magic of entanglement, of foresight and influence which unraveled linear power and wove threads of fate. She was mesmerizing, and she was dangerous. The gods of Asgard, mighty Odin, grim Tyr, thunderous Thor, did not understand her, and what they did not understand, they feared. Gullveig whispered things that sparked hunger in their hearts, for gold, for hidden knowledge, for control. It was not war she brought, but disruption,
a widening crack in the polished surface of Aesir's certainty. So they cast their judgment. They tried to destroy her. They burned her once, twice, thrice. And each time she rose, smoke curled from her charred skin, ash fell from her hair like embers, and through scorched lips she smiled, not out of defiance, but inevitability. Some say she was gold, uncorruptible, uncorrupted. Others claim she was more than Vanir, a mask for something else, something ancient. The Vanir saw what had been done, and they answered. From Vanaheim they came, not in secret, but in wrath. No parley, no heralding. The earth trembled as divine feet crossed into Asgard. War followed. Not mortal war, not brief and bitter, but war on a scale only gods could wage. And what a war it was! The Aesir hurled lightning and shattered mountains. They marched in gleaming lines, armored and proud. The Vanir answered not with armies alone, but with plague and poison, with rot and ruin. Their magic seeped into the soil, twisting roots and turning wells to sludge. The war was not just physical, it was metaphysical. Words became weapons, intent itself became a battlefield. And still neither side prevailed. The sky blackened, crops failed, rivers reversed their flow. The very order of the realms began to unravel, as if even the cosmos could not abide this rift. And the gods began to wonder, not aloud, not yet, but quietly within the silence between blows, was this war unwinnable? And if so, what then? Eventually the clamor began to still, not because of peace, but because of exhaustion. Aesir and Vanir both saw themselves reflected in the other. Different, yes, but not wholly opposed. Both divine, both powerful, both bound to fate. And so murmurs became words, words became bargains, and bargains among gods are never simple. They are sealed in blood, in sacrifice, in something that cannot be undone. The war did not end, it transformed. What followed would reshape the divine order itself, not with conquest, but with exchange. That tale too is carved in runes and continues in the next part.
When the dust of divine war settled, when the cries of battle faded, and the ground no longer trembled beneath the feet of gods, a quiet uncertainty filled the space where fury had once raged. Neither the Aesir nor the Vanir had emerged victorious. Each had tasted the other's strength, and in that bitter drought both had seen that domination was no longer an option. What remained was the question, how does one end a war among immortals? There would be no surrender, no grand conquest, only a reluctant recognition that they could not unmake each other, and perhaps they were never meant to. And so the gods did what ancient peoples have always done when the fire burns low and peace must be forged from ash. They traded blood, not in the form of sacrifice, but in the form of kin. A pact was struck.
It was not merely a treaty, but a sacred exchange, a binding oath to blend pantheons, to bridge worlds, to weave together what war had torn apart. From the Vanir, 3 figures crossed into Asgard to dwell among the Aesir. Njordur, the god of winds and sea, bringer of wealth and calm harbors. A quiet power, strong like deep waters, often underestimated. And with him his twin children, Freyr and Freyja. Freyr, god of prosperity, of peace, of fruitful fields and sacred kingship. He bore gifts of golden boars and sunlit blessings. And Freyja, goddess of beauty, war, and the mystic arts. She brought with her the secrets of Seidr, the very magic once condemned, and in time would teach it even to Odin himself. The presence of these Vanir and Asgard was no mere formality. It was transformation. Slowly, the 2 tribes began to reflect one another. The rigid structures of the Aesir softened, their magic deepened, their understanding of fate grew more intricate. The Vanir, in turn, adopted the strength and organization of their former enemies. But this was not a one-sided exchange. To Vanaheim, the Aesir sent their own, Jötnar, a tall and noble god, and Mímir, the wise. Jötnar was regal, a figurehead of strength and diplomacy. Yet without counsel he faltered, for though he looked the part of a leader, he was slow to act, relying heavily on Mímir's whispers. Mímir, the keeper of knowledge, carried within him the weight of countless secrets. It was said he could answer any question, provided one knew the right way to ask. But wisdom is not always enough to preserve peace, and in time the Vanir saw Jötnar hesitate too often, saw Mímir as the true power behind the facade. They grew suspicious, and suspicion among gods is a dangerous thing. In a final echo of the war's violence, the Vanir took Mímir and removed his head. They sent it back to the Aesir, not as an insult, but as a grim rebuke. Odin, mourning the loss of Mímir's voice, refused to let death have the final word. He preserved his head with herbs and spells, and through secret arts Mímir continued to speak, his counsel enduring beyond breath. Even in peace there was tension, even in unity there were cracks. But the war had changed the gods, and though Mímir's death marked a bitter end to the exchange, it also solidified the truth that the Aesir and the Vanir were no longer strangers. Their blood had mingled, their powers entwined, and from that mingling came something new, not just a truce, but a blended pantheon, a divine chorus now capable of more than either tribe alone. This fragile union would hold for a time. In the quiet that followed the divine war, the presence of the Vanir in Asgard became more than symbolic. It became foundational. Among the most enduring figures of this union were the sea god Njordur and his children, Freyr and Freyja, whose arrival shifted the very shape of the gods' world. Njordur was not a warrior, nor a builder of empires. His strength was subtler, born from the rhythm of tides,
the hush of fog along a harbour, the sudden bounty of the sea. To the Aesir he was alien at first. He did not speak in thunder. He did not hunger for glory. But when famine loomed or storms raged, it was Njördur who stilled the waves. In time, even the mighty Thor came to respect the man who could silence the sea. Yet his life was not without bitterness. He wed Skadi, the fierce daughter of the giant Thjadzi, a union born of recompense, not love. When her father was slain, Skadi came to Asgard armed for vengeance, but instead the gods offered compensation. Among the terms, she could choose a husband from their ranks. Only she must choose him by his feet. Mistaking Njordur's clean, beautiful feet for those of Baldur, she chose him. Their marriage was strained from the beginning. Skadi loved the icy heights of her mountain home. Njördur yearned for the salt air of the coast. She could not sleep where gulls cried. He grew heartsick where wolves howled. So they tried to share their time, 9 nights in one place, 9 in the other. But some distances cannot be crossed by time alone. Eventually they parted, not in rage, but in weariness. A reminder that even among gods there are unions that cannot hold. Njordur's children, however, would become cornerstones of the new divine order. Freyr, his son, was golden as sunlight through barley, a god of peace, of prosperity, of sacred kinship and the cycle of renewal. Farmers whispered his name when planting, merchants when selling. It was said his presence alone could cause the fields to bloom. He bore the ship Skidbladnir, which could sail any sea and be folded into a pouch, and the golden boar Gullinbursti, whose bristles shone like sunrise and who could run through air and water alike. But Freyr's story is not only one of peace. He would one day fall in love with a giantess, Gerdur, and surrender his sword to win her hand. This choice, romantic and fateful, would leave him weaponless at Ragnarok. Even gods must pay for love. Then there was Freya. She rode a chariot drawn by cats, wore a cloak of falcon feathers, possessed a necklace called Brísingamen, whose origins are tangled in tales of fire and desire. She wept tears of gold. She ruled over half the dead, those not claimed by Odin, but by her in her hall of Sessrumnir. She was beauty, yes, but also war. It was said that she was the first to teach Seidr to the Aesir, the magic of shaping fate, of unraveling will. Odin would become her student, though their relationship remained clouded by rivalry, by echoes of something older. Freya was complex, mother and maiden, lover and warrior, priestess and prophetess. She moved between roles as easily between realms, and though many gods were feared and others loved, Freya was both. Together these three, Njördur, Freyr, and Freya, were more than guests in Asgard. They were a reminder of the Vanir's depth, of the richness that comes from root and field, from mist and moonlight. They brought balance to the Aesir's thunder and judgment, and through them the great stories would not only be shaped, but passed on.
There are powers older than sword and shield. Before the first axe was lifted, before the gods learned the taste of war, there was Seidr, a current in the fabric of the cosmos, braided with intention, emotion, and fate. The Vanir brought it with them. It was not the magic of fireballs or lightning bolts. Seidr was the quiet art of shaping what lies beneath, the bending of paths, the loosening of bindings, the speaking of things before they come to pass. It was an art that did not strike, it wove, a magic of threads, of roots, of unseen cause and consequence. Among the gods, it was Freya who held this power most completely. She was its mistress, its keeper, the one who traced the lines of desire and death with equal precision. And when the war with the Aesir ended, she did not merely walk into Asgard with her brother and father. She brought Seidr with her and taught it to Odin. That choice would change the shape of godhood. For Seidr was not considered fitting for the male gods of the Aesir. It was a magic of the mind, of the will, of the feminine divine. For Odin, a war god, a king, to practice Seidr was to step outside the boundaries of what was expected, and yet he did, because Odin did not care for boundaries. He had already hanged himself to grasp the runes, already given an eye for wisdom. He would not be deterred by custom, nor mocked into ignorance, and so he studied with Freya, learned to slip between states, to whisper into the loom of fate. To some among the Aesir it was unsettling, for Seidr was not clean or clear. It dealt in uncertainty. It asked its practitioner to surrender in part to the unknown, but Odin embraced it, and in doing so he stepped into a role both feared and revered, that of a vulva, a seer, a traveler through time and thought. But Seidr was not the only inheritance of the Vanir. Fertility itself, the slow, holy rhythm of growth, came with them. Through Freyr's domain over field and sun, through Njorda's command of tide and bounty, through Freya's fierce embrace of love and birth and beauty. They reminded the Aesir that not all divine power wears armor. Some walks barefoot through the forest, some sings to the fields, some sheds tears that nourish roots, and some, for all its softness, shapes the course of fate more deeply than battle ever could. In the blended pantheon that followed the war, this balance became sacred. The Vanir brought the mysteries of cycles, of planting and reaping, of longing and fulfillment, of the moon's pull and the sea's rhythm. They understood that to command the future, one must understand the quiet unfolding of life. Freya's Seidr could soothe a broken heart or unravel a king's resolve. Freyr's presence could still the waves or whisper ruin into a harbor town's wind. Their powers were not violent, but they were vast. And the Aesir, once cold, hard, and thunder-driven, learned in time to honor these subtler forces, to pray not only for victory, but for peace, not only for survival, but for peace. So it was that magic and fertility were not cast as opposites to power, but woven into it. And those who understood the Vanir's gifts understood something truer about the world, that the greatest forces do not shout. They bloom, they drift, they wait beneath the surface until the moment is right. The gods had shaped the world from a corpse, raised the sky from a skull, carved the mountains from bone, set stars in the firmament, and slung a vast wall of brows to keep chaos at bay. But a world, no matter how finely made, is barren without life to wonder at it. And so it came to pass that Odin, Vili, and Ve, the three sons of Borr, walked together along the new shoreline of Midgard. The sea murmured against the rocks, the wind still tasted of ice and ash. The world was young and still settling into its form. As they walked, they came upon two fallen trees cast up by the tide. One was ash, one was elm. Nothing remarkable in their shape or size, just driftwood, smoothed by time and water. But the gods, as ever, saw more. They paused. Perhaps it was intention, perhaps fate, but in those formless trunks they saw the potential for something altogether different than the Jötnar or the gods, something rooted in earth and breath and vulnerability. And so they began. Odin was the first to act. He leaned close and breathed out a long, slow breath. Not mere air, but life, the invisible spark that animates muscle and mind. With that breath, the trunks shivered, quickened. Then came Vili. His gift was consciousness, the will to act, the flicker of awareness that distinguishes movement from meaning. He gave them memory, emotion, and desire. And lastly, Ve stepped forward. He shaped their forms, gave them speech and hearing, sight and expression. He gifted them names, and in naming bound them to the fabric of the world. Thus were Ask and Embla born, the first man and woman. Ask from the ash, Embla from the elm. They stood now not as trees, but as people, soft of skin, mortal, fragile, and yet filled with wonder, capable of sorrow, capable of song, more vulnerable than the gods, and yet strangely more precious. The gods looked upon them and did not offer dominion, but guardianship, a place to live, a chance to grow, a role in the unfolding drama of the cosmos. They placed Ask and Embla in Midgard, the realm at the center of all others, not the highest, not the grandest, but the place most balanced between forces, between order and chaos, light and dark, gods and giants. And around them the world moved on. Ask and Embla did not possess godly strength. They could not summon storms or speak in runes, but they could build, remember, love, and die. And through these the world would change. For in gifting life to humanity, the gods had also sown the seeds of something they could not entirely control. People would shape their own paths, dream their own dreams, worship or defy the gods that made them. From 2 pieces of driftwood came every triumph and failure of the human spirit. It is a strange thing, isn't it, that the great tree of the cosmos, with all its branches and realms, would one day tremble not only from the footfalls of giants, but from the small, determined footsteps of those who began as trees. The gods had formed Ask and Embla from the silence of driftwood, shaping them with breath and voice and thought. That the act of creation was only the beginning. To bring forth humans was one thing. To prepare them for the burden of existence was another. And so the gods bestowed their gifts. These were not gifts of war or conquest. The first humans were not made to wield hammers or raise walls. Instead, what they received were subtler tools, threads of the divine woven into the fragile cloth of mortal life. Odin gave them spirit, not merely the breath of life, but the glint of inward fire, that quiet resilience that endures through hunger, sorrow, and night. It is what lifts a hand from toil to carve meaning, or causes the eye to turn upward towards stars whose names will never be known. From Vili came understanding, the capacity to dream, to reason, to remember. It was this gift that made myths possible, that gave rise to fire circles and stories shared in whisper and song, that gave shape to thought beyond instinct, and allowed humans to see themselves not merely as what they were, but what they might become. And they gave expression, not just voice, but language, the naming of things, the spell-like power to speak and bind and recall. From this came poetry, from this came promise, from this came law, and from law, society. These 3, the breath, the mind, and the word, would become the foundations upon which humanity would build everything. Yet the gods did not stop there. Others among the Aesir and Vanir came forward, drawn by curiosity, compassion, or perhaps something more obscure. Frigg offered the mystery of dreams. Freya stirred the waters of love and longing. Freyr, who once tamed the winds and rains, gave humankind the blessing of growth, seeds that would yield grain, seasons that could be charted. Idun whispered of time and of the fruit that guarded youth, though no mortal would taste of it directly. Heimdall, ever watchful, descended in secret, it is said, and gave structure to the human clans, teaching the ways of hearth, hall, and order. He taught them to listen for danger, to light fires in defense of night. In later centuries, some would say he walked among them in many guises, his golden teeth glinting beneath the hood of a traveler. Even Loki, trickster, shape-shifter, betrayer to come, may have touched the mortal story. Some say the impulse to question, to mock, to subvert power for wit's sake, these are his traces among us. And so humanity rose, not suddenly, not triumphantly, but step by step, age by age. They did not leap to glory. They tilled the soil, they lit fires, they buried their dead and wondered what lay beyond. They gave names to constellations and prayed to those whose names they barely understood. They built altars of wood and stone, Their songs echoed against cold hills, drifting upward toward Asgard, where the gods listened, sometimes. And with every generation, the gifts given by the gods took root. Memory became myth, order became culture, love became loss. In time, humanity would wage war and write laws. They would build ships and sail them toward distant shores. They would forget some gods and invent others. But always, at their core, they carried that strange divine inheritance, those gifts granted beside the first shoreline, beneath a sky still fresh with stars. It is said that gods fade when no one remembers them, but perhaps it is also true that humanity never truly forgets what it has inherited. Even in our strangest dreams, even in the silent spaces between heartbeats, we still carry the breath of Odin, the insight of Vili, the word of Ve.
The gods had gifted humanity life, mind, and language. They had placed Ask and Embla in Midgard, a realm not entirely safe, yet not wholly wild. But the world still teemed with giants, the Jötnar, beings born of chaos and ancient force. These were not simple foes, nor mere villains. They were the memory of the old world, the living remnants of a time before form and order, and they did not forget. To protect humanity from the encroaching dangers beyond the seas and mountains, the gods looked again upon their creation and saw that it needed boundaries. A wall, a safeguard against the chaos that seethed just beyond the edge of sight. The tale begins, as many do, with a stranger. He arrived in Asgard cloaked and silent, leading a massive horse, 8-legged, broad-shouldered, uncanny in gait. The man offered his services. He would build a wall around Midgard, strong enough to repel any threat, tall enough to reach the stars, perfect enough to last until the world's ending. The price? The hand of Freya in marriage, and the sun, and the moon. A high price, too high. The gods hesitated, argued, but in the end they agreed, on one condition. The builder must complete the wall in a single winter, and he must do it without aid from any other man. The stranger nodded. He asked only to use his horse, which he named Svartálfari. The gods, believing the task impossible, consented. And so the work began. Day and night the builder toiled. But it was not his strength that astounded, it was the horse. Svartálfari hauled boulders so vast they shuddered the ground. With hooves and breath he carved paths and raised stones. The wall climbed higher and faster, too fast. As winter's end drew near, the wall neared completion. Panic stirred in Asgard. The gods had been outwitted. Soon they would lose not only Freya, but the sun and moon as well. It was Loki who stepped forward. Loki who had urged them to accept the bargain. Now, with the gods' fury upon him, he vowed to fix what he had broken. Disguising himself, he lured Svartálfari away one night, far from the building site. Without the horse, the builder could not complete the final section. When the gods confronted the man over his failure, he shed his disguise, for he was no man. He was a Jotun. Outraged, the gods called for Thor, and with one blow of Mjolnir the giant fell. The wall was completed with the labor already done, and Freya, the sun, and the moon remained in Asgard. This tale, as strange as it may seem, became the mythic origin of Midgard's protection. A wall not built by gods, but by deceit, wager, and the strength of a horse. And that horse? Loki, in his shape-shifted form, had birthed a child. Sleipnir, the eight-legged foal born of trickery and necessity. Sleipnir would become Odin's mount, swiftest of all steeds, able to cross realms and shadows. A strange tale, yes, but in the old stories the line between order and chaos is never clean. Even Midgard's wall, the great defense, was born from a bargain with the very forces it was built to resist. And yet the wall stood. It held. Not forever. Nothing does. But long enough for humanity to arise within its borders. Long enough for myths to take root in quiet fields, and for children to sleep beneath the sky, unaware of the bargain that keeps the night at bay. Beneath the vast limbs of Yggdrasil, where its deepest root drinks from the well of Urd, there is a place few have seen, and fewer still have understood. Not a palace, not a battlefield, but a quiet glade near the base of the world tree, where three figures sit at the edge of the waters that reflect all things. They are not gods, though even the gods fear them. They are not monsters, though they have shaped every tragedy. They are the Norns, Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld. That is how they are known to us. What they are in truth, no one fully grasps. Urd, whose name whispers of what has been. Verdandi, whose hands work in the now. And Skuld, whose eyes rarely meet your own, for hers look always ahead. These three attend to the loom of fate. They carve runes into the bark of the world tree. They measure and cut the threads of all lives. From the lowliest insect to the mightiest god, none escape their touch, not even Odin. Every morning the Norns draw water from the well and mix it with the white clay that preserves the roots of Yggdrasil. They tend the tree, yes, but their real task is far greater. They inscribe destinies. They shape the arc of time, and when they cut the thread, it ends. There are lesser Norns as well, dozens, hundreds perhaps, assigned to individual lives, but the three great Norns remain constant, eternal. Their names are echoed in other cultures, in other ages, but always they mark the same truths. The past holds weight. The present is fleeting. The future is shaped, but hidden. Even the gods consult them. Even Odin, for all his sacrifices and knowledge, cannot see past what Skuld conceals. He can plan, he can hope, but he cannot unmake what the Norns have already begun to weave. This is one of the most haunting truths in Norse cosmology. It is not a universe of endless rebirth or divine perfection. It is a universe where every being, god, man, beast, is bound to a fate. Even the end of all things, Ragnarok, is not a question of if, but when. Some myths suggest that the Norns do not merely record fate, they enforce it.
that their presence beneath Yggdrasil is what keeps the cosmos turning, the branches reaching, the stars moving through the heavens. They are not creators, they are custodians, editors of the vast unchangeable script. And yet they are not cruel nor kind, they simply are. Sometimes at birth they appear beside the cradle, offering omens or cryptic pronouncements. Sometimes they remain silent, watching from the edge of things, their shears glinting like starlight. In your own life, have you ever felt something inevitable? A moment that could not be escaped, a meeting that felt written before you arrived. Perhaps that was your Norn, walking beside you, unseen. In Midgard, people built their lives around the idea of fate, not as something to fight, but to understand, to meet with courage, to face without illusion. And that is the gift, if it can be called that, of the Norns. Not control, not clarity, but meaning. To know that your story matters, even if you cannot rewrite it. To know that beneath the branches of the world tree, your thread, however brief, has been woven with care.
Every pantheon has a shadow, not a figure of simple evil, but one who resists the shape of order, one who speaks when others fall silent, one who smiles when others march. In the world of the Norse gods, that figure is Loki. But he is not a devil, not at first. His story, like all stories worth telling, begins in strangeness and in blood. Loki was born of the Jötnar, those chaotic beings who predated the gods. His father was Farbauti, a giant whose name means cruel striker, and his mother Laufey, or Null, whose name carries associations with leaves or needles, depending on the telling. The union itself was a fusion of fire and subtlety, of raw force and sharp cunning, and from it came a being unlike either. Even as a child, Loki did not belong among the giants. He was too quick, too clever, too lean. He spoke when others fought. He observed. He laughed. And eventually, he left. How he came to Odin is a story half-shrouded in mystery and told only in fragments. What we know is this. At some point in the early shaping of the world, perhaps after the war with the Vanir, perhaps before the building of Midgard's worlds, Odin met Loki and saw in him something. Not a rival, not quite an ally, but a mirror. The stories say they became blood brothers. It was not a ceremony taken lightly. In Norse culture, to swear oneself by blood was to bind your fate to another. You did not simply share loyalty, you shared consequence. Odin and Loki cut themselves and mingled their blood, swearing oaths known only to them. And from that day forward, Loki was counted among the Aesir, not as a true god, perhaps, but something stranger, a companion, a catalyst, a wild card in the divine order. He walked beside Odin on many journeys. He sat in the halls of Asgard, drank from the same horns, and whispered clever things that others did not always want to hear. He helped and hindered in equal measure, solving problems he sometimes caused and bringing gifts no one asked for. Loki is many things. He is beautiful,
often described with fine features and red hair, a striking figure among the rougher gods. He is cunning, with a tongue as sharp as any blade. He is a shapeshifter, turning into fish, birds, even female forms when it suited him. He is a father and a mother, giving birth to a horse at one point and fathering monsters at another. He is, above all, unpinned. No one, not Odin, not Thor, not even Frigg, can fully predict what Loki will do. And yet, for a long while, he remains part of the divine fabric, a flaw in the tapestry that somehow holds it together. What did Odin see in him? Some say Odin, in all his wisdom, knew that fate must contain disruption, that without the unexpected there is no true growth. Others say Odin hoped to tame the chaos by binding it close. Still others, especially those in the older halls of our own university, whisper that Loki reminds Odin of something deeper, a force he cannot name, a truth that lives in riddles. Regardless of the reason, the bond was made, and for a time it held. Loki helped shape Asgard, helped resolve conflicts, helped retrieve treasures, and when danger came, he stood with the gods. But the stories always carry a tension. Even in Loki's early appearances, there is a flicker of something darker behind the grin, a crack in the jest, a silence that stretches just a moment too long. The gods tolerate him, even value him, but none truly trust him. And he, in turn, smiles wider and wider, until one day the smile becomes a snarl. But that is for another telling. Here we see Loki not as a villain, but as a necessary presence, a challenge to the order the gods seek to build, a reminder that every golden hall casts shadows, and that even the Allfather, in his vast foresight, once chose to bind himself to a flame he could not control. The blood pact was not a mistake. It was a message that in the heart of order, chaos must whisper, that even gods need tricksters. To speak of Loki is to speak of trouble, though not always of evil. In the early days of Asgard, mischief was not yet betrayal. It was more often inconvenience, a strain on the harp string, a rock in the boot of order. The gods, for all their strength, tolerated Loki, because, if nothing else, he was useful, and he was often the only one who knew what to do. Let us imagine, for a moment, the shining halls of Asgard in an age before doom. Golden spires caught the light of stars. Warriors drank from polished horns. Gods strode proudly across the Bifrost, laughing at their own legends. And somewhere in the shadows of all this glory, Loki was plotting. Not always for harm, not even always for gain, sometimes simply because he could. He tricked Thor into dressing as a bride to retrieve his stolen hammer. He sheared off Sif's golden hair in a moment of mischief, then, under threat of violence, secured for her new locks spun of gold by dwarven hands. He wagered his own head, and nearly lost it, were it not for the technicality that his neck had not been included in the bet. These tales may sound absurd, but they were not told for laughter alone. Each prank, each clever twist had weight. The gods grew more guarded.
They began to see that their world, so carefully carved from the bones of Ymir, contained cracks, and that one of those cracks had a name and a voice. Yet time and again, when disaster loomed, Loki stepped forward. He retrieved stolen treasures, he tricked enemies, he found loopholes in ancient rules. When the walls of Asgard were nearly breached by a giant mason, it was Loki who devised a plan to delay the work and prevent the payment of Freyja as a bride. He shifted into a mare. He lured away the mason's stallion. He became pregnant, and he gave birth to Sleipnir, the eight-legged horse, Odin's most faithful steed. A strange method, a stranger result, but effective. And so the gods kept him close. They did not love him. They did not entirely trust him, but they needed him. He was the broken blade that still cut true, the riddle that solved itself. To mortals, such contradictions may seem untenable, but the Norse gods were not beings of moral clarity. They were flawed, often petulant, often proud. They forgave Loki, not because they were generous, but because the structure of the world depended in some quiet way on his presence. He unsettled them, and in doing so, he sharpened them. In our quiet lecture rooms here at the university, we study these tales not only as myth, but as model. Mythologies encode patterns, reflections of how a people understood survival, danger, and kinship. And in Loki, we see the one who asks questions that cannot be unasked, the guest who stays too long, the uncle who tells a story that leaves the hearth cold. The gods tolerated him because they did not yet know how the story would end. Or perhaps they did. Perhaps in the quiet corners of Asgard's gardens, as Frigg wove her visions and Odin walked alone, they saw already the shape of fire on the horizon. And still they let Loki laugh, because the end had not yet come, and because until it did, the trickster was their own. To understand Loki's place among the gods, one must not only follow his mischief, but his craft. For in the earliest ages of Asgard, long before treachery stained his name, it was Loki who delivered to the gods their greatest treasures, gifts not stolen, but won through guile and wager from hands even more cunning than his own. It began, as many things did, with a prank gone too far. Loki, for reasons lost to time or laughter, had cut the golden hair from Sif, the wife of Thor, whose wrath shook mountains. When Thor found out, he threatened to break every bone in Loki's body, one by one. With a smile that hid his fear, he offered a solution. He would travel to Svartálfar, the realm of the dwarves, and persuade its master smiths to fashion new hair for Sif, more radiant than before. Hair spun not from straw or thread, but from gold, alive with magic, and able to root itself into her scalp as though it had grown there naturally. Thor agreed, and so Loki descended into the earth. The dwarves, or svartálfar, were not gentle folk. They lived beneath stone and shadow, shaping wonders in furnaces fed by unknown fires. To them, crafting was no trade. It was a contest against imperfection itself. Loki first visited the sons of Ivaldi, famed smiths of unrivaled talent.
From them he secured not only Sif's new hair, but 2 more treasures. Skidbladnir, the ship of Freyr, which could fold small enough to fit in a pocket and always caught a favorable wind, and Gungnir, the flawless spear of Odin, which never missed its mark. But Loki was not yet done. Mischief stirred in his mind. He wagered his own head with another pair of dwarves, Brock and Sindri, claiming they could not match the work of the Ivaldi brothers. They accepted. As Sindri worked the forge, Brock manned the bellows, but Loki, unwilling to lose, transformed into a gadfly and bit Brock as he pumped the fire. The bite was sharp and well placed, but not enough. Despite the sting, Brock held steady, and the treasures were completed. First came Gullinbursti, the golden boar with bristles that glowed in darkness and could outrun any horse, destined for Freyr. Then Draupnir, the golden ring of Odin, from which 8 identical rings would drip every 9th night. And finally Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, heavy as fate itself. The handle, though, was shorter than intended, a flaw caused by Loki's interference. Yet even flawed, it became the most feared weapon in all the realms. When Loki returned to Asgard with 6 gifts, the gods were astonished. Never before had such treasures graced their halls. Odin took the spear and the ring. Freya received the ship and the boar. Sif's hair shone like woven sunlight. And Thor beheld the hammer and was pleased beyond words. Loki, of course, lost the wager. Brock came to claim his head, but Loki, ever slippery, argued that while his head was forfeit, his neck was not, and that they could not remove the one without damaging the other. The dwarves, disgruntled, sewed his mouth shut instead. A moment of silence, however brief. This tale is more than a comedy of cleverness. It is a reflection of a deeper truth in Norse myth. The line between ruin and gift is thin. Loki's meddling endangered him, but it also enriched the gods. The greatest weapons of order were born from chaos. The foundation of divine power was not only wisdom or strength, but risk. In this story, Loki is not the villain. He is the agent through whom fate moves, the accidental architect, the gambler who bluffs the cosmos and more often than not wins. He spoke less for a while, stitched lips and all. But the gods remembered what he had done, not just the trouble, but the treasures, and for a time they let him stay. Even in the golden days, when laughter echoed in the halls of Asgard, and Loki's tricks still won applause, there were whispers. Glances passed behind tankards, quiet pauses in council, a question unspoken but present in every watchful eye. What will he do when the cost becomes too high? Loki was kin to the gods by blood oath, not birth. He was a Jotun by lineage, a shapeshifter by nature, and a companion of Odin by vow alone. He was present at the birth of order, a guest in the feast of creation. But where others built, he unravelled. Where others blessed, he bartered. And always, behind the grin, something turned. A flicker of resentment, perhaps, or something deeper still. There were signs. He fathered children none could understand. With the giantess Angrboda he sired 3 monstrous offspring. Fenrir, the wolf destined to devour the All-Father. Jormungandr, the serpent who would encircle the world and rise to poison the skies. And Hel, the half-dead queen of the underworld. The gods saw what these children would become, not merely beasts, but omens. They took them one by one. Jormungandr they cast into the sea. Hel they sent to rule the dead. And Fenrir they tried to tame. Only Tyr, god of war and honor, dared place his hand near the wolf's jaws. But these acts, though calculated, echoed like curses. Loki watched his children taken, and though he did not weep, the laughter faded from his voice. Later came the tale of Baldra. Baldra, the beautiful, the beloved, plagued by dreams of death. His mother, Frigg, extracted promises from all things, stone, fire, beast and branch, that none would harm her son. All but one, the mistletoe. Too young, too slight to warrant worry. Loki found the gap. He placed a sprig of mistletoe in the hand of the blind god Hodra, guided his arm in sport, and watched the fatal shot fly. Baldra fell, and the golden light that once softened Asgard's corners dimmed. There are many versions of why he did it. Some say it was jealousy. Others say curiosity, the need to see whether even joy could be undone. But whatever the reason, this was the act that turned mirth to menace. The gods captured him at last, not for a prank, but for a crime. And yet, this is not where the betrayal truly lies. Loki's treason was not in a single death, but in the slow unspooling of trust. He had been the gods' equal, their ally, their wit in the dark. But the shape of things changes. What was once tolerated became unbearable. The friend became the fracture. It is said that Loki will break free during Ragnarok, that he will sail to war in a ship built of dead men's nails, that he will stand beside the enemies of the gods' laughter as the sky burns. It is not just prophecy, it is inevitability. Not all betrayals are sudden. Some arrive like winter, forecast, feared, and still unstoppable. And Loki, in the end, was never a god of oaths. He was a god of change. Imagine a wolf. Not one you'd find in the snowdrifts of the north or hiding beneath the shadow of the pines, but one born of a different world, larger than mountains, stronger than steel, a creature not shaped by evolution or natural law, but by the marrow of myth itself. This is Fenrir, the wolf child of Loki and the giantess Angrboda, born not in joy, but in foreboding.
From the moment of his birth, the gods of Asgard looked upon him with dread, for prophecy had whispered his name long before his first breath, in runes carved upon roots no mortal eye had seen. It said he would kill Odin. It said he would shatter the sky. It said he would end the age of gods. Yet still they took him in. At first they watched him grow, first cub, then beast. He was raised among the gods, a shadow among sunlight, his paws soon larger than the shields of warriors, his eyes dark as the void between stars. He did not snarl, he did not lash out. He played, he laughed, and still he grew. But the Aesir were not blind to the shape of things to come. They resolved to bind him. First came a chain called yawning. It was thick as tree trunks, forged from the ores of 9 realms. Fenrir snapped it with ease. Then came Dromi, twice as strong, twice as cunning. It too was shattered like twine between his jaws. The gods turned to the dwarves, those secretive smiths who worked in smoke and silence beneath the earth. From them came Gleipnir, a ribbon forged from the impossible, the sound of a cat's footfall, the roots of a mountain, the beard of a woman, the breath of a fish, the spittle of a bird. It was smooth, it was soft, it looked like silk, and it could not be broken. The gods brought Fenrir to a remote island, far from the eyes of men. They asked him to test the binding as a game. But Fenrir had grown wise. He sensed trickery, and so he made a request. One of the gods must place their hand in his mouth as a pledge of good faith. Only one stepped forward. Tyr, the god of law, justice, and war, the one who had fed Fenrir, raised him, taught him speech. Tyr looked into the wolf's eyes and offered him his right hand. Fenrir was bound, and when he could not escape, he bit down. Tyr did not cry out. He only looked away. From that day on, the gods left Fenrir chained on that lonely island. They jammed a sword in his jaws to keep them open, its hilt pressing against his lower teeth, the blade scraping the roof of his mouth. Slaver pooled and formed a river. The wolf grew still and waited. For Fenrir does not age as mortal things do. He dreams, he listens, he feels the pulse of fate in the stone beneath him. And when Ragnarok comes, he will break free. The sword will fall, his jaws will close, he will run, faster than flame, more terrible than night. And when he finds Odin on the battlefield, he will fulfill the prophecy whispered in roots and shadow. He will devour the Allfather. Yet this is not a tale of evil, not truly. Fenrir did not ask to be born a monster. He did not choose the shape the Norns had given him. He was raised among gods who feared him, chained not for what he had done, but for what he would do. He is not a villain in the traditional sense. He is the inevitability beneath every myth. He is the doom no oath can undo.
Now picture the ocean, not as we know it, vast and charted with lines on maps, but as the ancients saw it, endless, unknowable, circling the edge of the world like a living force. Beneath its surface, beyond the reach of light or sound, coils a creature too vast to comprehend. Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent. Born of Loki and Angrboda, like his brother Fenrir and sister Hel, Jormungandr was not born into favor. From the first moment his coils stirred, the gods sensed what he would become, a being who would grow so large that he would encircle the entire world, biting his own tail in a silent loop of waiting. Odin, wary of such a being, cast him into the sea that girds Midgard. But exile did not end him. It made him. In the blackness beneath the waves, Jormungandr grew. He grew beyond rivers, beyond mountains, beyond the horizon itself. His body became the girdle of the world, his presence a silent pressure on every shore. His breath stirred the tides, his dreams made the deep tremble. And with his jaws locked on his own tail, he formed a perfect circle, an Ouroboros, symbol of eternity, of beginnings that are also endings. He waits, too. But his tale is not just one of silence, for there is another, one who stands always opposite him, like a reflection across the waters, Thor. Where Jormungandr is serpentine patience, Thor is raw force. The two are bound in prophecy, their fates knotted together in fire and storm. There is a tale, often whispered in halls and carved into horn and stone, of a time when Thor sought out the great serpent before the world's end. Disguised among the giants, Thor went fishing with the Jötnar Ymir. With the head of an ox as bait, and his great hammer Mjolnir hidden beneath his cloak, Thor cast a line into the depths. The hook sank, the sea stilled. Then came a tug, soft at first, then terrible. The ocean heaved. Waves rose like mountains, and from the dark below the serpent rose. His eyes gleamed like drowned stars. His body churned the sea, wrapping around the world. Thor stood, bracing his feet, muscles coiled. He reached for Mjolnir, and in that moment, just before fate might have broken early, Ymir, afraid, cut the line. The serpent vanished beneath the waves once more, but not forever. At Ragnarok they will meet again. Thor will strike with lightning and rage. Jormungandr will rear his massive head from the sea, spewing venom that poisons sky and land alike. They will fight, the god of thunder and the serpent of the sea. And though Thor will slay the beast with a single blow, he will take only 9 steps before the venom ends him too. Both die. That is the end of their arc, not triumph, but fulfillment, not justice, but symmetry. Jormungandr is not evil in the tales. He does not deceive nor scheme. He simply exists, as the sea exists, deep, boundless, indifferent, a necessary balance to the gods who stand above the waves. And when he stirs, when his coils begin to unspool, it is not with malice, but with inevitability. The circle must break, the serpent must rise, and the storm must follow.
If you should journey to the farthest reaches of the Norse cosmos, beyond Asgard's gleam, past Midgard's forests, past even the fires of Muspelheim, you would find a place that does not blaze or bloom, but simply waits. It is not a land of torment nor of joy. It is not built for punishment or paradise. It is a realm of stillness, of silence, of shadows without source. The dead gather here, not because they were wicked, but because they were forgotten. This is Hell. Named for her ruler, Hell is a realm and a being, inseparable in many of the old tales. She is the daughter of Loki and the giantess Angrboda, sister to the monstrous Fenrir and the world serpent Jörmungandr. But unlike her siblings, Hel was not cast into the sky or sea. She was placed downward, far beneath the roots of Yggdrasil, in the cold halls of the dead. Descriptions of her form vary. Some say she is half alive, half corpse, her body divided by a pale seam, one side vibrant, the other blue and rotted. Others speak only of her presence, the hush she brings, the weight of her gaze, the slow turning of her hand as souls pass before her. She is not cruel, but neither is she warm. She rules over those who die of illness, old age, or misfortune. Warriors who perish in battle are claimed by Odin or Freya, but the rest, the vast majority, drift here, to the shadowed realm where memory fades and time unspools. Her hall is called Jötnar. Its threshold is called Fallanda Forhad, falling to peril. The bed is called Kur, sick bed. The curtains are Bliankenda Burl, gleaming disaster. Even her utensils and dishes bear names of sorrow and inevitability. It is not a place of fire and brimstone. It is a reflection of the grave, unadorned, unchanging. The road to hell is long. It winds downward through Gjoll, the river of death, and over the bridge Gjallarbrú, which glows with the cold light of its guardian, Mudgudur. It is not perilous, but it is final. Once crossed, there is no return. Yet there are stories, rare and strange, of those who sought to bargain with the Lady of Shadows. When Baldur, the beloved god of light and joy, was struck down by mistletoe and descended into Hell's realm, Frigg sent a messenger, Hermóður the brave, to plead for his return. Hermóður rode for 9 nights, through pitch and wind, until he reached Hell's gates. He begged, he wept, and Hell, perhaps moved, perhaps amused, made a condition. If every living thing in the cosmos would weep for Baldur, she would release him. And so the gods asked. The mountains wept, the stones wept, even the trees bowed low with sorrow. But one creature, a giantess named Thok, believed to be Loki in disguise, refused. And so Baldur remained. Hel kept him, not out of cruelty, but by law. Her domain is not ruled by mercy or wrath, but by balance. Once a soul crosses her threshold, it is hers, and she holds them not in chains, but in permanence.
In the end times, at Ragnarok, Hel's hall will not remain still. It is said that her legions will rise, that the ship Naglfar, built from the untrimmed nails of the dead, will carry them to battle. Whether Hel herself leads them is left to silence. She is a strange figure in the myths, neither wholly a villain nor a goddess. She is what comes after. She is the horizon that follows the last breath. And in her realm there is no fire, only frost, only waiting. In the heart of Norse myth, beneath the roaring mead halls and thunderous battles, there pulses a quiet inevitability, a whisper passed from seer to skald, woven through song and stone. The gods, for all their power, are not eternal. The world, for all its wonder, is not permanent. There will come an end. They called it Ragnarok. The word itself means fate of the gods, or twilight of the powers. It is not a single moment, but a great unraveling, a sequence of events foretold long before the first sword was drawn or the first oath was spoken. The prophecy does not hide itself. It is known, feared, and spoken aloud. It begins with omens. The world grows cold. Winters cease to end. Snow falls even in summer, and the sun fails to rise. The warmth that once nurtured life retreats behind a veil of silence. Brothers will fight and kill one another. The bonds of kinship dissolve. The very fabric of society will fray. And age of axes, and age of wolves. Then come the monsters. Fenrir, long bound by the gods, will break his fetters. His jaws will stretch from sky to earth, and fire will pour from his mouth. His howl will shake the heavens. Jormungandr, the world serpent, will rise from the ocean depths, sending waves crashing over the shores. His venom will blacken the sky. Hel's dead will march once more. Naglfar, the ship of nails, will break free from its moorings, a vessel crafted not of wood or sailcloth, but from the untrimmed nails of the dead. It will carry an army across the flooding world, guided by Loki, freed from his chains, burning with betrayal. And Muspelfarm will open. Surtur, the fire giant, will stride forth with a sword as bright as the sun. He will lead the sons of flame across the Bifrost bridge, which will shatter beneath their fury. The gods will gather. Odin in his helm of gold, spear Gungnir in hand. Thor with Mjolnir blazing in his grip. Freyr, bereft of his enchanted sword, doomed but defiant. Tyr, one-handed and resolute. Heimdall, horn at his lips, watching until the end. They will meet their doom on the plain called Vigrid. Odin will fall to Fenrir's jaws. Thor will slay the world serpent, only to stagger 9 steps and die from its poison. Freyr will battle Surtur and perish beneath flame. Loki and Heimdall will destroy one another, mirror and foil locked in final clash. The skies will burn, the seas will rise, the earth will crack. All things will end. And yet, in the quiet after, when the fire has consumed all and the waves have drowned the fire, something stirs.
a new world, green and unspoiled, will rise from the sea. The sun, reborn as the daughter of the old, will climb once more into the heavens. Balder, the radiant god, will return from Hell's realm hand in hand with his blind brother, Höder. Fields will bloom, a golden hall will stand where Asgard once did. Two humans, Lif and Lifthrasir, will emerge from the forest, dew-covered and silent, and begin again. The prophecy is clear, and yet it holds contradictions. Is this a true end, or merely a turning of the wheel? Do the gods die forever, or do they return in some new guise? Are these visions of hope, or simply the dreams of mortals who cannot bear a story without renewal? At Miskatonic, some have whispered comparisons to other myth cycles, Egyptian, Vedic, even the esoteric writings found in the sealed wing of the archives. The idea of destruction and rebirth is not unique, but in Norse myth there is a particular flavor to the end. Defiance without triumph, knowledge without rescue. It is not a happy ending, but it is not meaningless. Even the gods, knowing their doom, rise to meet it. They fight not to win, but because it is right to stand. And perhaps in that final moment, there is something even older than victory. There is dignity and silence, and what comes after. In the halls of Asgard, where golden light spills across polished stone, and the laughter of gods rings like thunder, there came one morning a shadow. It crept not through the windows, nor through the gate, but through sleep. Balder, son of Odin and Frigg, the Shining One, beloved by all, awoke one day from a dream heavy with dread. His visions were not of glory or green fields, but of endings, of silence, of himself lying pale and unmoving while the gods around him wept. He told no one at first, but dreams cling, and this one held him like frost on skin. In time it could not be kept. When he spoke, a hush fell over the Aesir, for Balder was not merely another god, he was their heart, the most beautiful, the most kind, so beloved that even the trees leaned toward him when he passed. Frigg, his mother, was not idle in the face of such dreams. She traveled far, her voice a song of grief held just behind her lips. From stone and steel, from beasts and branches, from plague and poison, she begged and bargained. "Swear to me," she asked, "that you will not harm my son." And all things swore. The fire, the water, the earth beneath, and the stars above, the swords in the vaults, the serpents coiled in their dens, each thing she asked gave its word. And so, comforted by oaths, the gods made sport of the prophecy. They gathered in the great field and hurled weapons at Balder. They threw stones, swung blades, loosed arrows, and none could harm him. Every missile veered aside, every blow turned soft. Laughter filled the air again, the laughter of gods unafraid. But Odin did not laugh. He too had felt the edge in the dream, and so, leaving his hall,
he journeyed to the hidden places, past the gates of Asgard, past the roots of Yggdrasil, to a forgotten land beyond life, the realm of a dead Volva, a seeress buried long ago in a mound of stone. There Odin called her back from the dark. She rose, slow and bitter, her voice dust and memory. She spoke of hell preparing her halls, of the death of the beloved, of one who would kill with a sprig, and one who would not mourn. Odin asked more, but the seeress, now recognizing him through his disguise, cursed his questioning, and fell silent once more. And so the All-Father returned with answers, but no comfort. Back in Asgard, the gods continued their games, but shadows lengthened, even in the golden halls. Loki, ever watchful, ever smiling, had noted something strange in Frigg's tale. She had sworn oaths from all things save one, a small, slender shoot, mistletoe. It was too young, too harmless, she had said, and so she had not asked it. That omission, that one green breath of oversight, would be enough. But that is the tale of the next part. For now, in this moment, the gods are laughing still. The fields are bright. Balder stands untouched among friends. And yet above him the raven circles. Below, the wolf stirs in its sleep. The dream has taken root. The game continued. In the courts of Asgard, the gods still laughed, hurling stone and steel at the shining figure of Baldur, watching each weapon turn aside as if the world itself refused to harm him. No blade could cut him, no fire could burn him, no force could bring him down. But among the watching crowd was one who did not laugh. Hödur, Baldur's brother, stood apart. Blind from birth, he could not join in the games. He could only hear the ringing voices, the heavy thud of weapons striking harmlessly, the joy that filled the air like mead. He smiled, perhaps, but faintly, for it is no small thing to be left on the edge of revelry, invited in name, but not in truth. And so it was that Loki approached him. Loki, the shapeshifter. Loki, the speaker of truths laced with falsehood. Loki, whose smile never reached his eyes. He laid a hand on Hödur's shoulder and said almost gently, "Why do you not take part?" Hödur answered, "Because I cannot see. I do not know where to throw, nor with what." Loki, in his easy way, held out a sliver of wood. "Then let me help. It's only in jest, like the rest. Take this. Here, I'll guide your arm." The sliver was mistletoe. Not steel, nor fire, nor stone, but the one thing in all the world that Frigg had not asked to swear an oath. Too young, too green, too soft to be feared. And yet, in Loki's hand, shaped with care and purpose, it had become a dart. He guided Hödur's hand, he helped him aim, and he whispered words of encouragement. The dart flew. No thunder sounded, no great flash of power, only a quiet thud, like a bird hitting a window. And Baldur fell. He did not cry out, he did not stagger, he simply dropped, silent as though the breath had left the world itself. The gods stood frozen. The game was over, and none could pretend otherwise. Baldur lay still. At first there was no weeping, only disbelief, like frost in the blood. It is one thing to fear a prophecy, another to watch it unfold before your eyes. Then came the cries, the anguish, the horror. Hoder, stricken, did not understand, not then, and Loki, he was gone. No song was sung that night, no feast was held. In Asgard, where laughter had so recently reigned, silence returned with the weight of stone. The gods had not only lost a son, a brother, a light, but they had lost something subtler. The belief that fate could be bargained with, that death could be held at bay by oaths and cleverness. The mistletoe, once harmless, now hung like a curse, and the hand that cast it, guided not by malice, but by trickery. That was the cruelest twist. Baldur's body was prepared. His ship, Hringhorni, the greatest of all vessels, was brought to the shore. And though that tale belongs to another part, know this: the death of Baldur marked the beginning of the end. Ragnarok had been whispered in dreams. Now the gods had taken their first step towards it. Baldur was dead. The gods, reeling from the weight of it, turned their minds to a single hope, that death, this time, might be reversed. In many tales, death is a gate that may not be unlatched. But the gods of Asgard, mighty and proud, refused to surrender one of their own so easily. Perhaps, they reasoned, it was not truly final. Perhaps, if one could speak to Hel, the ruler of the shadowed realm, some bargain might be struck. And so Odin called upon Hermod, the swift, the silent, the brave, a son of his own, though lesser known than Thor or Baldur. He was chosen for his speed, for his will, and because Odin, who had once hung himself for knowledge, knew that this task required more than strength. Hermod mounted Sleipnir, the eight-legged steed born of strange lineage, the horse that could carry a rider across the sky, through sea, through air, and even through death. And so he rode. 9 nights he traveled, through deep valleys and shadowed ravines, across the bridge Gjallarbrú, which spans the river Gjöll, a river that rings the land of the dead like a final heartbeat. The bridge itself gleamed with gold, but its guardian, the maiden Moldgudr, demanded his name and purpose before letting him pass. When she heard it was Baldur he sought, she nodded solemnly, for he had already passed that way. Hermod pressed onward through forests of iron trees and meadows of ash, until at last he came to Hel's hall. Cold, silent, and vast, it was nothing like the shining halls of Asgard. The air there did not echo with songs. It clung to the skin, heavy and still. There he saw Baldur. The god of light did not shine in that place, but he did not despair either. He greeted his brother, though neither embraced. This was not a place for such warmth. Hermod turned to Hel, the queen of the forgotten, the daughter of Loki and Angerboda, whose face was half alive, half dead. He bowed low and spoke plainly. The gods, he said, grieved. They wished for Baldur's return. Would she allow it? Hel considered. Then she spoke. If, she said, all things in the world weep for Baldur, then he may return. But if even one thing refuses, then he must stay. It was a test, a condition veiled in mercy, or perhaps a sentence veiled in chance. Hermodr returned, and the gods sent word across the 9 realms. Every living thing was asked to weep for Baldur. Trees wept, stones wept, beasts of the field, birds of the air, rivers and clouds, and even the very earth let tears fall. And yet, one voice did not weep. A giantess named Thuk, cloaked and unmoved, refused. She said, "Let Hel hold what she has." Some say it was Loki in disguise. Others say it was one of the old Jötnar, jealous of the gods and their grief. Whoever she was, her refusal sealed Baldur's fate. The tears of all creation were not enough. One dry eye weighed more than all the rest. And so Baldur remained in Hel's domain. The gods returned to Asgard, their hopes sundered. They had come so close, so terribly close to cheating fate. But now the path was set. What had been a sorrow was now a wound, and the wound would fester. There are silences that stretch deeper than sound. After Baldur's death, after the failed return, after the last rites were spoken and the halls of Asgard dimmed, such a silence fell across the gods. It was not merely mourning, it was something heavier, a knowing. For if Baldur, the most beloved, could be taken, then none were safe, not even the gods. And though the grief was shared, the eyes of Asgard slowly turned toward one, Loki. He had not wept, he had not sung, and though no one could prove it, yet there was a whisper beneath the silence, a suspicion growing like a crack in the wall, for who but Loki would twist a jest into a death? Who but he would smile in a hall of tears? The All-Father said nothing, not yet, but Loki's place among the gods began to shift. Once welcome at their feasts, now he was merely tolerated. His wit, once sharp and cherished, now cut too deep. His laughter, once a balm, now rang cold. And Loki, true to form, did not retreat. He grinned, he danced, he boasted, even as the gap widened between him and those he once called kin. There are tales told of the feast of Ygir, the sea giant, a great gathering of gods, a celebration of the harvest. There Loki stood and insulted every guest in turn. He accused the goddesses of treachery, the gods of cowardice. He called out old slights and revealed hidden shames. But beneath the venom was pain. A god uninvited is a god unmoored. He mocked them, yes, but he mocked their grief most of all, because he could not undo what he had set in motion. And if they would not forgive him, he would make himself impossible to forget. Still the grief endured. Frigg, who had loved Baldur beyond words, withdrew from court. Odin walked the boundary of realms more often, whispering to the dead. Even Thor, mighty Thor, seemed quieter in the months that followed. The world did not end that day. No stars fell, no horn was sounded. But something had shifted. A thread had snapped in the tapestry, and though the weave still held, it trembled. Because Baldur was not just a god of light and beauty, he was a promise, a future. And now that future was closed. The gods looked to the horizon and saw not peace, not glory, but a reckoning, a slow, creeping inevitability. And Loki? He walked that same horizon. He knew what he had done, and he knew, as did the rest, that this was only the beginning. The death of Baldur was not merely a tragedy, it was a signal. The clock had started. The end had begun to breathe. There comes a moment when even mischief is no longer forgiven, when the scales of cunning tip into something darker, something corrosive. For Loki, that moment had passed with the death of Baldur. And though the gods had long tolerated his trickery, long laughed at his quips, and shrugged at his pranks, there was no laughter now. Baldur was gone. The world was dimmer, and the grief of gods is not a thing to be borne lightly. After the failed rescue, after Hel's cold decree, the gods turned their full attention to the trickster. They knew finally what many had long suspected. It had been Loki who orchestrated the murder. Loki who armed the blind god Hother. Loki who found the mistletoe and shaped it into death. And Loki who vanished into the hills, smiling. But the gods would not let him run forever. The hunt for Loki is told in many ways. Some say he fled to the peaks beyond Midgard, others to a lonely island wrapped in mist. Wherever he went, he did not go alone. With him was his wife, Sigyn, a woman of quiet strength, and their 2 sons, Vali and Narfi. But the gods found him. Of that all stories agree. He was taken, dragged from his hiding place and bound, not with chains, but with his own blood. For the punishment had to fit the crime. The gods turned his son Vali into a wolf, who in savage madness tore apart his brother Narfi. From Narfi's entrails the gods fashioned fetters, slick, strong, and terrible, and with these they bound Loki. Not on a cliff, not in the open, but in a deep cavern beneath the earth. There 3 stones were set, one beneath his shoulders, one beneath his loins, one beneath his knees. Upon these he was fastened, stretched and still. And then came the serpent. Above Loki's head the gods fastened a venomous snake, its fangs always dripping. Bit by bit, drop by drop, poison fell on his face, burning and writhing. But Sigyn did not abandon him.
She knelt beside her husband and held a bowl above his face, catching the venom. For hours, for days, for centuries, none can say how long she stayed her vigil. But when the bowl filled, she had to rise and empty it. And in that moment the venom fell. Loki screamed, his body convulsed, and the whole earth trembled. These tremors, the old tales say, are earthquakes, echoes of the bound god's suffering. And so he lies still in the dark beneath the stones of the world, chained not just by blood, but by the weight of what he's done. But he is not silent. No chains last forever, no snake drips endlessly, and no god once loosed forgets. Loki waits, and the bowl, even now, is never empty for long. Among the children of Loki, none inspired greater dread than Fenrir. Not because he was evil, for in the beginning he was not, nor because he schemed, for he did not, but because the gods saw in him something they could not control, strength without allegiance, a fate already whispered in the halls of prophecy. Fenrir was a wolf, but not like any beast of forest or field. He was massive from the moment of birth, growing so swiftly that even the bravest gods grew uneasy. His eyes shone with a cunning too sharp for any animal, and his fangs gleamed like polished steel. His breath steamed like a forge, and his voice, when he deigned to speak, rumbled like a distant avalanche. The gods raised him in Asgard at first, hoping to tame him. They fed him well, gave him space to roam, and watched him carefully. Tyr, god of war and justice, was the only one who dared approach him closely, and Fenrir trusted him. It was Tyr who brought him food, who spoke with him, who earned, in time, a sliver of the great wolf's respect. But even Tyr could not soothe the creeping dread. For the seers had spoken. Fenrir would one day kill Odin, devour the All-Father in the final battle. And so the gods, uneasy and fearful, chose betrayal. They forged chains. The first, thick and iron-bound, was called lading. They brought it to Fenrir and asked, gently, coaxingly, if he might test his strength against it. Fenrir laughed and let them bind him. When he flexed his limbs, the chains snapped like straw. The second, twice as strong, was called Dromi. Again they asked. Again he agreed. Again it shattered. Then the gods went to the dwarves. In the dark forges beneath the world, the sons of Ivaldi worked in silence. What they forged was not iron, nor bronze, nor any metal known to man or god. It was called Gleipnir, a ribbon, soft and smooth to the touch, delicate as silk and light as a whisper. But it was made from 6 impossible things: the sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the breath of a fish, the spittle of a bird, and the sinews of a bear's will. Gleipnir was unbreakable. When the gods returned, they brought Fenrir to an island called Lyngvi at the center of Lake Amsvartnir.
There they showed him the ribbon. He did not laugh. It was too light, too soft. He knew this was no game. The gods assured him, just a test, they said, to see your greatness proven. But Fenrir, wise now, made a condition. If this was trickery, he demanded one of them place his hand in his mouth as a pledge of honor. Only Tyr stepped forward. He placed his hand between the wolf's massive jaws. They bound him. The ribbon held. Fenrir struggled, writhed, clawed, but the more he fought, the tighter it pulled. The gods cheered. The beast was bound. And Fenrir bit down. Tyr did not cry out. He bore the loss in silence, handless but unbowed. The gods took a sword and thrust it into Fenrir's mouth, wedging his jaws open. Drool pooled from his muzzle like a river. Von, it was called, the expectation of death. And so Fenrir waits, eyes burning, mouth agape, hate growing like a storm. The gods say he is safely bound, but some say Gleipnir frays ever so slightly with each passing winter. And when it breaks, when the silence splits with a wolf's roar, there will be no ribbon, no chain, no sword strong enough to hold him back. Time does not stop in the 9 realms, but there were moments when it seems to hold its breath. In the long years after the binding of Fenrir and the punishment of Loki, the world entered a quiet season. Not peaceful, never peaceful, but suspended, awaiting time. Midgard carried on. Men tilled soil, raised children, told stories by the fire. The gods sat in their high halls, drinking, boasting, casting long glances across the horizon. They laughed, but the laughter rang a little hollow. They sang, but always with one ear tuned to distant thunder. In Asgard, Odin brooded. He wandered often, cloaked and quiet, one eye fixed on riddles no one else could see. The ravens, Hugin and Munin, thought and memory, brought him news from every corner of the worlds, and what they whispered was always the same. It is coming. Ragnarok, the doom of the gods, did not erupt without warning. It leaked into the corners of daily life, like cold seeping through a doorframe, subtle, inevitable. There were signs. The seeresses spoke of long winters, of brothers turning against brothers, of oaths breaking like dry branches. The Norns, who wove the fate of all things at the roots of Yggdrasil, wove faster now. Their spindles hummed with haste. Some say the tree itself groaned more loudly, its bark cracking under strain, its roots gnawed with greater fury by Nidhogger, the dread dragon in the dark. The gods saw these signs, and yet they waited. There was no battle to fight, no storm to divert. The enemy was time itself, and the slow convergence of what always had to happen. Some turned inward. Frigg whispered prayers too quiet for even Odin to hear. Heimdall stood ever at the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge, eyes unblinking, ears catching even the fall of a leaf. Thor rode out across the skies, smashing trolls and frost giants with Mjolnir, but even his thunder could not silence the creeping hush that gathered beneath. And in the deeper places of the world, Helheim, Niflheim, the quiet spaces behind mountains and beyond sea foam, things stirred. Fenrir dreamed with open eyes. Jormungandr, the world serpent, shifted in his slumber beneath the waves, sending strange tides to distant shores. It was not a calm born of peace. It was the stillness before collapse. The sky held, the sun rose, but it did not warm the same. And the mortals of Midgard, they too felt it, in half-remembered dreams, in old songs they couldn't place, in the silence between verses. Some forgot the old gods entirely, turning to new faiths, new names. Others clung more tightly than ever before, carving runes into doorposts and burying charms beneath the hearthstone. But none could change what had been woven. The age of myths was a thread running out, and when the final strand was pulled taut, when even the gods bowed their heads to the spindle's hum, only one thing would follow: the storm. Beneath the grey light of a weary sun, the world continued, but not as it once had. The signs of coming ruin had shifted from prophecy to presence. The 9 realms, so long held in uneasy balance, began to tilt, slowly, relentlessly. In Midgard, the winters grew longer, the earth yielded less. The warmth of spring arrived late, and even when it came, it felt thinner, more distant. Storms came out of season, sudden and sharp. Wolves prowled closer to hearth and hall. Some said the stars were no longer in their rightful places. Others whispered that the gods no longer answered their names when called. Fimbulvetter was near, the great winter. Not one season, but 3, without end, without reprieve. A cold that would creep through floorboards and bone, that would bury crops before they rose, and take children in their sleep. Fires would fail, families would turn against each other. Hunger would drive man to strike man, brother to forsake brother, oath to break oath. It would be, as the old song said, the end of kinship. And it was not only Midgard that suffered. In the realm of the gods, unease had become preparation. Weapons were counted, walls inspected, old alliances revisited. Yet nothing they did brought comfort. The great tree Yggdrasil shuddered more often now, though no wind touched its leaves. The gods could feel the fraying of the weave. The dwarves who once sang in their forges and carved wonders from stone and steel grew quieter. Some disappeared altogether, vanished into the tunnels of the earth without word or trace. In Asgard, the air itself seemed different. The hall still rang with feasts and songs, but laughter faded faster than before. The mead did not lift spirits as it once did. Even Thor's booming voice carried a tremor no one named aloud. Odin, All-Father, Seeker, one-eyed wanderer, stood apart. He had long known what others were only now beginning to feel in their marrow. He spoke less often, and when he did, it was in riddles. His gaze turned more often toward the horizon and beyond it.
he sent his ravens farther afield to lands not charted even in the high libraries of the gods. He whispered to Mimir's well. He dreamed dark dreams. Some say he walked once more beneath Yggdrasil's boughs, tracing the hidden scars of his first sacrifice, remembering what had been glimpsed and what could not be unseen. Even Loki, bound beneath the earth, twisted in his torment. The poison still dripped. His wife still caught it in a bowl. But the bowl was not always enough. His pain turned to fury, and the earth itself shook when he screamed. Everything waited. The world, once loud with life and song and clash of arms, now hummed with silence, a silence that deepened, that thickened, that settled into the bones of gods and men alike. And all the while the frost crept forward. It iced the branches of Yggdrasil. It crept into the eyes of dreamers. It rimmed the halls of gods. Even Muspelheim, land of fire, seemed to hold its blaze in, banking its embers, as if all of creation had drawn in breath and held it, waiting for the moment the sky would break, waiting for the horn, waiting for the end. It does not begin with war. It begins with silence. A silence so deep it seems to smother the wind. The birds vanish, the sun weakens, the moon falters, and across Midgard the snow begins to fall. It is not the snow of ordinary winters. This is Fimbulvetur, the great winter, the final winter, the first of the final signs. It lasts not for one season, nor two, but 3 entire cycles without summer between. And with each passing day, the world grows colder, darker, more brittle. Ice thickens across rivers that once ran freely. Crops fail, livestock perish. The warmth of hearths offers little comfort, for the cold seems to come from within. The people forget to hope. At first they huddle together in their longhouses and whisper the old songs, but hunger gnaws at civility. Fights break out over dried meats and dwindling grain. Brothers turn on brothers. Fathers lock their doors against sons. Communities fracture. Those who once stood together now fall separately, alone in the frost. And still the snow falls. Across the 9 realms the signs multiply. In Asgard the gods pace restlessly. The sky itself seems to sag. The sun's chariot wavers in its course. Some say the wolf's skull draws closer with each dusk. In Jotunheim the giants stir. Rumbles echo through the mountains. Shapes move in the distance, great lumbering forms that have not been seen since the world's first age. The frost thickens around them, as if the realm itself prepares to march. And among men, omens multiply. Children are born with blank eyes. Fires burn cold. Travelers vanish in daylight. Dreams turn sour. The seers who still keep the runes grow silent, their faces pale with dread. In the deepest roots of Yggdrasil, the Norns tremble. Their threads stretch taut. The loom groans, for even fate itself feels the pull of what comes. The animals grow restless. Wolves prowl the edges of villages, unafraid of firelight. Ravens circle and croak riddles at noon. In the sea, the great serpent Jörmungandr shifts, sending waves that swallow ships whole. Somewhere, Fenrir's breath fogs the cave air heavier with each exhale. The lynx of Gleipnir, once impossibly strong, begin to twitch, and Loki laughs. Still bound in his subterranean prison, he feels the air change. The venom still drips, the pain still racks his body, but something else is rising, a current beneath the world, a tremor no chain can hold. In the gods there is no celebration, no bravado, only grim understanding, for this was always coming, not a surprise, a certainty. They have seen the signs. The shield maidens of Valhalla sharpen their blades in silence. The great halls echo with song, not of victory, but of remembrance. The Enherjar drink to the end, knowing their day of battle has finally come. And somewhere, across all the realms, Galharhorn remains untouched, but only for now. The storm has not yet broken, but the horizon blackens. Winter does not relent, and beneath it all, something old stirs, something that remembers the first silence and waits to end the last. When the horn sounds, it is not a note, it is a rending, a groan that seems to issue from the bones of the world itself. It pierces cloud, ice, and stone. It is not heard only with ears, but felt in the chest, in the marrow. Gjallarhorn. Heimdall, the ever-watchful, has blown it at last. From his post at the edge of the rainbow bridge, he calls the gods to arms, not in warning, but in certainty. What was seen from afar is now at the gates. There is no turning back. The gods rise, not with triumph, but with grim resolve. The warriors of Valhalla clasp their shields. Odin dons his helm. Thor reaches for Mjolnir, which hums in his hand like a storm barely contained. Frey lifts a sword he knows will fail him. And they all look to the sky. For Bifrost, the shining bridge of color and light, is trembling. A ribbon once strong enough to carry gods between worlds now shakes beneath the tide it cannot bear. From the south, fire comes. Not sparks, not heat, but flame as an army, a wall of ash and molten will. Surtur has risen. The fire giant of Muspelheim, long silent, long waiting, now strides forward with a blade that outshines the sun. He does not run, he does not shout. His pace is slow, steady, inexorable. With each step, the ground beneath him blackens, cracks, and screams. Behind him, the sons of Muspel spill forward, flame-born, chaos-bound, their forms flickering between shape and formless fury. They are not men, nor beasts, but the idea of destruction given form. They do not hunger, they do not speak, they burn. As they press forward, the bridge begins to crack. Heimdall stands his ground.
He does not flinch. He is the last sentinel of Asgard, the keeper of the boundary between realms. His eyes have seen every leaf of Yggdrasil tremble in anticipation. He has known this day would come, and still he does not retreat. But Bifrost cannot bear the weight. It shatters, not all at once, but in long crystalline tears. Colors fall from the sky like shards of stained glass. The bridge breaks under the force of fate. What once linked the heavens now hangs as ruins over the void. And still Surtur marches. Asgard braces, shields are raised, words of power are spoken. The gods, radiant and terrible, assemble for war on the plains of Vigrid, but even they feel the heat drawing near, the horizon glowing not with sunlight, but with death. The air turns strange. Time loosens its grip. Moments blur. In the outer realms giants march, the dead rise. Ships carved from dead men's nails drift from cursed shores. Wolves snap at the sky. The serpent coils in preparation. All threads now draw tight. But it is Surtur who leads. He is not chaos. He is not trickery. He is certainty. He has waited since the world was new, waited with his sword in hand beneath the crown of fire. And now he comes, not to conquer, but to end, not out of hate, but out of inevitability. As he steps on the final field, his sword is raised high. It is taller than trees, wider than the sky, and it burns not with flame, but with the memory of flame, the first fire, the last fire, and the world begins to tremble.
The field is called Vigrid. It is neither near nor far, neither in Midgard nor wholly apart from it. A place spoken of in old visions, mapped not in miles, but in inevitability. When the time comes, all roads bend toward it, and now it is full. Gods stand in rank and array, armor gleaming, faces grim, weapons that have never failed now gripped a little tighter. Against them swarm the forces of ruin, fire giants, dead men, wolves with eyes like voids, serpents whose scales stretch from shore to shore. This is not a battle for conquest. It is not a struggle for victory. It is a reckoning. At the center stands Odin, mounted on Sleipnir, his 8-legged steed. He wears a helm rimmed with ravens, one eye dimmed by sacrifice, the other sharp with foresight. In his hand is Gungnir, the spear that never misses. And across the field Fenrir waits. The great wolf, grown monstrous and wild, chained once with impossible bindings, now runs free. His jaws stretch from earth to sky. Flames leap from his mouth with every breath. He has no loyalty, no memory of being bound, only hunger. His fate and Odin's are braided tightly. They charge. Gungnir flies, Fenrir leaps, the ground shakes with their clash. But even gods fall. The wolf devours Odin.
not with struggle or cruelty, but as if enacting a promise etched into the bark of the world tree itself. Odin vanishes into the dark mouth of fate. The All-Father, the Seeker, the gallows god, gone. And then Thor moves. He does not cry out, he does not hesitate, his eyes burn with storm. Mjolnir arcs from his hand, crashing through foes like a falling star. He fights Jormungandal, the great world serpent whose body loops the oceans. Thunder against poison, lightning against coil. They are matched. Thor breaks the serpent's spine. He stands triumphant only for a breath. The venom seeps through his armor, black and slow. He takes 9 steps before he falls. Even the thunder god cannot walk forever through the end of things. Frey falls to Surtur, his sword lost long ago. Heimdall and Loki strike one another down, sentries from opposite sides of the same gate. Tyr meets Garm, the monstrous hound, in single combat. Both are torn, neither returns. Each pairing is a truth revealed, every death a knot undone in the weave of the cosmos. In this moment, even the gods are shadows, even monsters mourn, and Vigrid drinks deep of all their blood. Beneath all things, Yggdrasil groans. The ash tree that holds the 9 realms shudders at every blow struck upon Vigrid. Its leaves blacken, its roots bleed. From the deepest well, Urdar Brunner, to the highest branch, the great tree feels the unmaking. The squirrel Ratatoskar, once a nimble messenger of insults, now flees from limb to limb, chased not by eagles or dragons, but by the collapse of order itself. The dragon Nidhöggr, long a parasite gnawing the roots of reality, stirs from its pit, not hungry, but ready. The branches splinter, the trunk cracks, and the heavens split like cloth set to flame. Surtur raises his sword, now blazing with a fire not of this world. His eyes reflect nothing but ruin. He does not roar, he does not curse, he merely swings. The flame of Muspelheim consumes the world. Forests erupt, mountains become rivers of ash. The oceans boil and spill over their rims. Midgard is swallowed. Asgard is broken. The halls of the gods collapse inward, their pillars falling into the void like toppled memories. The sun itself darkens, not by eclipse, but by exhaustion. Its final light flickers red across the burning seas, and then it is gone. The moon falls, shattered into dust, and still the tree trembles. Beneath the ruin a few souls endure, not by strength, but by shelter. In the woods called Hodmimi's Holt, hidden among the roots of Yggdrasil, a man and a woman cling to one another in the shadows, Leaf and Leiftrasir. They do not speak, they wait. Their names mean life and the one who strives for life. Elsewhere, the ship Naglafar, once said to carry the dead to battle, sinks back beneath the waves, never to sail again. The gods are gone, but echoes of them remain in broken weapons, scorched halls, and the whispers of ravens who still circle the smoke. And the Norns, no longer weaving, their threads cut, their well dry, even they cannot measure what comes after the end. The fire consumes the last of the sky, and in that silence, after gods and monsters, after honor and vengeance, after prophecy fulfilled, a strange stillness settles over the ashes. It is not peace, it is not despair, it is the breath held before something new. For even as Yggdrasil trembles, it does not fall. Though blackened and cracked, it stands, and in its roots something stirs, a seed, a song, a memory. Ragnarok was never simply an ending. It was a clearing of the path, and beyond the smoke, dawn waits, unseen, unnamed, but certain.
The fire has passed. No voice calls out, no clash of steel, no howls of wolves or bellows of gods. Only a long, breathless stillness, vast and uncanny, blanket the bones of what once was. The sea is quiet now, not because it rests, but because it has swallowed everything. Mountains, cities, halls and temples, all pulled beneath a tide of flame and flood. Midgard has vanished. Asgard lies in ruin. The Bifrost, that shining bridge of rainbow fire, is long since sundered, and the branches of Yggdrasil, blackened and scarred, tremble not from weight, but memory. This is not the peace of resolution, it is the hush of aftermath, the silence after a scream. Even time itself stutters here, unsure whether to move forward or collapse into the echoing dark. But there is a difference between silence and void, the difference between death and what follows. No birds sing, but far beneath the surface of things the soil remembers, not in words or visions, but in a kind of sleeping tension, as if the earth itself holds its breath. The air, cleansed by fire, no longer carries the scent of ash, but something faintly sweet, as though the world might bloom again, though it cannot yet recall how. The Norns, if they still exist, say nothing. Their well lies still, the loom lies broken, the threads are severed. There is no prophecy left, no map, no script. And yet, from the roots of the tree, where dragonfire could not reach, and where ice could not claim, something waits. Perhaps it is nothing more than a rhythm, the subtle pulse of continuity itself, the breath between heartbeats, the hush before the whisper, the place in the tale where the storyteller pauses, not because the story is over, but because something new must be imagined. This is not a rebirth, not yet. It is aftermath, a dreamless interval in which the world closes its eyes and forgets itself for a moment, shedding the weight of names and gods and fates. Somewhere far off, waves lap against an unseen shore, and beneath the crust of all that was, something begins to stir. Not in defiance of what was lost, not in denial of what came before, but because the cycle must turn. Not with triumph, not with fanfare, but with the quiet insistence of green beneath stone. There is an old belief, perhaps older than the gods themselves, that no flame is ever total, that no winter is final. Even in the deepest ruin, something endures, something takes root. And so it is in the shadow of Ragnarok that the world stirs. From the charred soil, warmed now not by fire, but by something gentler, a green shoot emerges. It is not a mighty tree, nor a field, not even a flower. It is the humblest of beginnings, a stalk no higher than a thumb, but it is alive. It drinks the sun and remembers none of the sorrow that came before. It does not mourn, it simply grows. Above, the sky no longer glows with fire. Smoke has thinned, ash has settled, and there, rising with quiet purpose, is the daughter of the sun. She is not her mother reborn, she is her own flame, her own dawn, yet she carries the warmth and light that was nearly lost. In Norse myth, it is said that Sol, the sun goddess, bore a child before the devouring wolf Skål chased her down. That daughter now ascends, radiant and untouched, lighting a world that begins anew. Her path across the sky is silent, and no prayers rise to greet her, not yet. The gods who might have spoken to her are scattered, changed, or gone. But the earth receives her light with simple reverence. The frost recedes, water runs. Life, once fractured, begins again at its smallest edges. There is no great fanfare, no returning chorus. The sun's daughter does not proclaim her rule. She simply shines, and the green shoot leans toward her. In this pairing, light and growth, there lies the possibility of a new order, one not forged from war or fear, not defended by spears or bound by rune. It is not a world of gods, not yet, but it may become a world of people once more. Of course, none of this is certain. In Norse thought, even renewal holds its shadow. The past remains buried, not erased. The monsters may rise again. The wheel may turn back to ruin. But for now, there is light, and something grows. No one writes the laws of this new world. No one speaks the names of the gods or calls the halls of Valhalla to order. There is no throne, only warmth, only green, only the knowledge that even in the wake of the gods' great fall, the world itself was not entirely undone. It bent, it burned, it ended, and still it begins.
Not all was lost. When the great fire fell upon the world, and the final battles tore through the threads of time, it was easy to believe that nothing could remain, that every echo of the old order had been silenced. But in Norse myth, even endings make room for persistence. The gods do not all perish in Ragnarok. Some survive, changed and quieted, stepping out from the smoke with their memories intact. Balder returns first. Once slain by his blind brother Herder, once confined to the realm of hell, Balder rises again. His face is fair, his presence is gentle. He is a god of light, not the burning kind, but the soft luminance that follows grief. With him comes Herder, redeemed, reconciled. The two walk together, not as enemies, but as brothers made whole by sorrow. Vidar emerges as well, the silent one, whose strength lay in his patience. He had avenged his father Odin by rending the jaws of the wolf Fenrir, and now he walks the new earth with quiet tread, a remnant of the old war tempered by the stillness of the world that follows. Vali, too, survives. Swift of hand and forged in vengeance, he had been born to punish the killer of Balder. But now, with that debt resolved and the future uncarved, he stands as a god without a task, a blade sheathed. And from the broken halls of Asgard come the sons of Thor, Mordi and Magni. They carry their father's hammer, Mjolnir, together, not in defiance, not for battle, but in honor. The hammer which once cracked mountains and felled giants is now held not in rage, but in remembrance. These gods gather in the ruins of Ida Volar, the old meeting place of the gods, now restored in some unknowable way. They speak not of vengeance, nor rebuild the golden halls. They simply exist, witnesses to what came before, stewards of what may come next. But they are not alone. Hidden in the branches of Yggdrasil, yes, even the tree survives, though scarred and blackened, 2 humans endured. Their names are Leif and Leif-Thrasir. They did not fight in the final battle. They did not flee across seas or climb the sky. They hid. Deep in the forest called Hodmimis Holt, nestled among the roots and shadows, they waited, clinging to life as all else fell away. It was not courage that preserved them, but endurance. And now, in the hush after the storm, they step into the sunlight of the daughter of Sol. They breathe, they speak, and they begin again. From them new generations will rise, bearing no memory of Odin or Loki, of Fenrir or Heimdall. They will live in a world where the divine is distant, where gods are not worshipped but remembered, half glimpsed in stories told by fireside. But in their blood lingers a mythic memory. In the wind they may sometimes hear the echo of a horn. In the earth a faint pulse, older than time. And in the rising sun a warmth that feels familiar. The end is not the end. This, perhaps, is the final lesson of Norse mythology, not shouted, not inscribed on stone, but whispered quietly in the space that follows fire. For though the great halls of Asgard lie shuttered, and though Yggdrasil trembled under weight it was never meant to bear, the world does not vanish. It shifts, it renews. The ash settles, the light returns. The wheel, ever turning, completes its arc and begins again. This idea that even doom has a dawn
is unlike many other myths. The Norse did not promise eternal peace, nor a perfect paradise to follow suffering. They knew that loss leaves marks, and that new beginnings come not from erasure, but from remembrance. In the new world, the gods who remain do not reign. They watch, they remember. And in that act of quiet recollection, they shape the possibilities to come. Some say that a new hall rises, more splendid than Valhalla, not a fortress, but a place of learning, of reflection, of beauty rediscovered. There, those who died justly live again, not as warriors or kings, but as souls restored. Others speak of dragon-hoarded gold returning to the rivers, of poisoned lands growing green once more, of wolves no longer hunting the sun and moon, but roaming forests at peace. And perhaps, though no text says so outright, the wheel may yet bring back what was lost. The gods, after all, had fallen before, and myth, like memory, circles back upon itself. In this cyclical vision, time is not a straight line marching to doom, but a spiral, ever expanding, ever returning. The events of Ragnarok are not deleted, but inscribed into the pattern. The grief of Balder, the treachery of Loki, the fire of Surtur, all of it becomes part of the world's rhythm. And we, the listeners, the keepers of stories, are part of it too. Every time we speak these names, we turn the wheel again. Every time we recall Odin's sacrifice, or Thor's hammer, or the trembling of the world tree, we keep the myth alive, not in blind belief, but in resonance. For myths are not lies. They are truths told sideways. They are reflections of deep waters, glimpsed in torchlight. They are echoes of something the world once needed to say, so badly that it said it in gods and monsters, in serpents and stars. And when the fire has burned away what was, what remains is the story, not as comfort, but as continuity. Because even in the quietest moments, when the halls are cold, the night long, and the sky full of frost, somewhere in the dark, a branch stirs, and the world begins again.
And so this long thread is drawn to its end. We began in silence, in the yawning void before the world took shape. We traced the ash tree's roots, walked alongside gods and giants, and bore witness to their joys, their griefs, and their inevitable fall. We have lingered in firelit halls, sailed mist-choked seas, and passed through the smoke of Ragnarok itself, only to arrive here in the hush that follows ruin. But Norse mythology does not abandon us in ashes. It offers no easy hope, no divine rescue. The gods are not immortal. The world is not safe. Death is not a door to paradise, but a necessary part of the cycle. And yet, the story begins again. That is the strange, solemn courage of these tales. This mythic tradition does not teach us how to escape fate. It teaches us how to meet it, with eyes open and spear in hand, to know what is coming and to act anyway, to sacrifice, to grieve, and to stand, even as the world crumbles. There is a dignity in this defiance, a quiet nobility in the belief that some things, honor, memory, the preservation of wisdom, are worth facing the storm for. Perhaps that is why the Norse gods feel so human. They err, they argue, they weep, but they do not flee the fire. They walk into it. And when we return to these stories, we do more than remember a vanished people. We participate in a form of cultural memory, keeping alive the rhythm of a worldview that knew winter deeply, that feared chaos honestly, and that still dared to carve order into the frost. Here at Miskatonic University, far from the fjords and long houses of the north, we keep such memory with quiet reverence, not as a museum, but as a living echo. Myth, after all, is not a relic, it is a lens. Through it we glimpse not only what once was, but what we still carry, our wonder, our longing, our search for meaning in a world that does not explain itself. If the gods could face the end with songs on their lips, perhaps we too can endure what must be endured and still build what must be built. And now, dear scholars, the frost gathers again on the windows. The hour grows late. But before you depart these shadowed halls, check in with a like to mark your attendance. Subscribe to attend future lectures from the Department of Lost Civilizations. Leave your reflections, your time, or your location in the comments archived below. Every note adds to the record, and every record is part of the pattern. Until next time, when the lamps are lit and the myths stir once more, we remain ever your guides into the strange, the distant, and the deeply remembered.